Hey guys. Okay, guess who's actually on time? Well, it's me! Yeah, so I thought I was gonna take longer. I didn't really, so. To make up for the fact that I said that, I'd start 30 minutes later, we're gonna fill this time with Mahjong Soul. Just, just for the people that saw, like, I was gonna show up 30 minutes later and really wanted to, catch every single bit of Chaos Head. So, we're gonna play a little bit of Jong. But just one game, okay? Because I'm gonna attempt... I wonder how long the true route is. But I'm gonna attempt to do both the Remy route and, Yo, why did I got mail? Yo! Wait! Guys, look at those gifts. And we also have a free roll. Fuck. Okay, wait. Let me open up my items. Also, let's put the BGM on. Items! Where the fuck my bag at? Oh. Wow. Wow. What is this? Give it to a character to increase your bond with him/her by 5,000 points? You don't like fanzines though. Wait, and we have one free pull. Wait, let me do my gotcha. Also, let me say hi to everybody. Hello, August and Jeffrey and Tobez and Chicken. And Pocket Dev Rocket and Moosh and Trave, hello. And Dino and Inhoso and Ghost 454. And also Muffin and Tango. Hey, I'll play Chaos Head soon, okay? I promise. We're just doing my dailies. Also, hi Orm. Yeah, hop on, guys. I'm gonna blue ball the summon. We're gonna do a ranked match first and then use our one summon ticket. Wait! Let me check the items in the shop, because I might lose. Just wanna buy stuff while we can. While we still got money. Why is it so expensive, bruh? Okay. Now, when we play... Wait, let me... Where's my free copper? Wait. Chills? Where the heck is it? Can you go into negative copper? I don't think so. But I don't know where to claim my thing. Also, hi table. Gifts for Remy, right? An event, I think? Oh, I don't have less than that. Cool. Man, okay. Let's do one silver room, guys! What we thinking? Wait, can somebody do a predictions for whether I get first, second, or third or fourth place? Yeah, let's bet on my mahjong skills. Gulp. There. Wait, this one's possible though. We have the 3, 4, 5. We already have a sequence. Oh, and we already got East. Alright, guys. That was a good time to try to earn points. Okay, we got 2 East. Ideally, we get a 6 or a 9 for the pin, and then just some character. Hi, Mac. Ooh. Nah. Because you can get a 5 or a 7 with this. Oh, maybe I should have gotten rid of the pin tile. Lol. Actually, no, it's chill. Yeah, no backseating, guys. Points on the line. Another 4? No, it's chill. Because I want this. I want to use this as my double. Well, actually, maybe if I use that as my double, I should get rid of the 6 and 7. Fuck. Don't worry. We still got this. No, wait. I want to use one of it. You know what? We're just trying to win. And I think early Ricci is the play here. Also, I'm dealer, so give me that. All right, we need a 6 or 9. Yeah, my contribution to the Mahjong gods and my peace offering of 1 Dora. Also, hi Wallaby. Bruh. I believe. Also, was it the reason why I was gonna say that it was gonna take me 30 minutes is because I was planning on altering the Totono drawing again, lol. And then also I had to order stuff for my NYC table because I was discussing it with my friend. But that don't matter because I just got wrong. Is that a new dingle? Yes. I pooped out another one. It's actually by Tango. I didn't draw it, lol. Okay. He's so cute. True. It is really cute. It's pennies, but, you know, you get what you get. It's okay. Alright. I feel like I don't know what Hot Ben is trying to accomplish here. But it's okay. We worry not of the other opponents. Yeah, he's me with the baby fetish? Oh. Is that Tingle 40 years old? Yeah. My 40-year-old man-child baby. This is actually my adult daycare. Self-insert OC? Yeah, guys, tag yourself. Which dingle are you? Are you the never cry dingle? Oh, I should have just opened my hand. Fuck! You guys distracted me. You're actually sabotaging me. It's okay, we kind of need a double though, so it's chill. Also, hi Eerie! Hello! I'm that one pooping dingle? What, the poop dingle? The one that's white? I really hope I win again. Man, I keep forgetting that I already have the white. So I should just be cheating and pawning or whatever. Because I already have Yaku. I'm the lobotomy dingle. No, the one that's like, Is there... Wait. Guys, we're waiting on a pin. Chills? The sumo one is me, actually. Oh, the one with the defined nipples. Also, hi Takiyako. Also, I almost died earlier. Gulp. I like... Anybody drink water and then it goes down the wrong way, but then drink the rest of the water because you don't want to spit all the water out? Bro, who's taking forever? Oh, that one. The struggling one. We are all the hag dingle. Oh! Guys, another sumo. Today's my day. It's only 2 Hondo. Yo, I'm farming though, I'm farming. Yeah, I'm dealer. Low-key. Also, hi Astrid. Cheap hands. Whatever. A win's a win. Okay, God's favorite. Okay, you're saying that, but you predicted 3rd place. What's up with that? That's kind of fucked. You're taking all my good luck, actually. Yeah, now you'll never rank up to Adept. Guys, why'd you vote 3rd? Today will be your good luck day after yesterday. True? Chicken's metagaming. Sorry, I'm projecting. Yeah. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, I'll just get rid of the east. Okay. So we have... I'm just gonna get rid of my... We have no need for our dragon tiles. Surely nobody else needs it. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Probably try to... I need a sequence with something. Oh! Okay, what do I bet on? Ah, fuck. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna do the one with more left. Let's keep this dealer ball rolling. Ideally, we want the 6. Well, actually, no. It's chill. We already have like a 1, so it's not all simples. I already am adept? Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, I hope you... You know what? Never mind. I'll be kind. Ah! I needed this! I needed this! Me when I'm trolling. Thanks, guys! I'm farming, I'm farming. And then I get, like, Yakuman. We have to stay humble, guys. Okay. So, right here we have, I'm not really sure what to do with this. I don't want to get rid of my... You know what? I'm greedy. I want the door too. So I'm gonna try to make a sequence. A 1, 2, 3 potentially, and then. Okay, we're gonna actually dump the double 2, and we're gonna take the duo 6 home. We're gonna use that as our pair, and I think I'm gonna ditch my 7. Oh well, I'm getting rid of this first. We don't need this. Guys, today's looking real good. Fuck. Okay, you know what? Just chill. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could get a 5 or 7. And then, I don't know, we hope for a 3 or something. I don't know. Does the game never end if you keep winning as dealer? Wait, what does neg someone out mean? Also, hi Zeph. Wow, guys. It's just... Well, the weight's kind of poopy, but surely somebody want to give up their 3. Oh, go negative. Okay. Yo, who want to make me happy? Is this game Chinese? I think Mahjong's origins is Chinese, but this is like Japanese rules for Mahjong. Also, you don't need to know Chinese to play. Do I look like I know Chinese? Hi, I only know English. But also, hi, sorry for all of it. Uh-oh. Gulp. Yo, don't hurt me though. Ni hao, Mota. Hey. Shibal. Yeah, I'm half Korean, but I don't really know that much. Also, hi, Asgin. Shibal! Still East 1, by the way. Yo, so my tile low-key not dropping? Yeah, I know my Shiba. I know, like, random words. But, like, I don't think I can form sentences. Mom comes in and washes your mouth out with soap. It's okay, she's at the gym. Bruh. Okay. It's chill. I'll take it. I'll take the sumo. It's okay, I'm still ahead. Okay, natural West triplet. We low-key have no need for this though. Sumo at this point is whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's just continuing the game. It's progressing it forward, but as long as I don't keep losing, it's okay. Okay. It's okay. This has potential, I think. So we have the 7-7. We could get another 7. My greed knows no bounds. Okay. Tooth. Nah. Just chill. Yo, what if I had another 7 bamboo that came out of nowhere? So I want a 5 just for this. Wait, why is the girl from Fate playing Mahjong? Is that canon? I wouldn't know. But she was one of the collab characters that I got. Yo, should I con this? I'm gonna do it. Yo, give me that extra points. I don't know. Low-key... I'm gonna get rid of the 4. Wait, I didn't see how I had 7. Well, actually, it's okay. It's chill. I either get another sequence for the pin or bamboo. Oh, just kidding. So we have the 7-7-7, another triplet, and then Ideally, we get a 5. I don't know about this. Fuck, I don't have enough time. Oh, I don't know why I got rid of the 2 first. Let's get rid of the character tiles. I think waiting on a 3 is not the best thing. Also, I have no time left. Lol. You when I waste it all? Also, hi, Kato. I hurt my finger with a solder? Like the metal thing? Like the thing that... for welding? Okay, we could get 789. And then... I don't know. I still want a 5 instead. Oh! Hi, Onibo. Okay. Another sumo? Ooh. It's okay though. Tug's collar. I don't think I'm gonna get 4th, but we might lose our 1st if they keep winning. Also, what is this deck? Lol. Now you still got 1st? I don't know. I'm gonna hope that I get another 1. Ooh. Okay, let's get rid of the 1. So we had 2, 3, 4. Hopefully 5, 6. Or we just use the 2 as the 7s as pairs. Okay, you know what? We're jumping ship. Let's get rid of the white. I was fixing a wire to a battery connection and it got too hot. You're not wearing gloves? My greed says that actually maybe I should have gotten it because then I could have got a 5 or 8 to fill it up. It's okay. No. Oh. He gets another white. It's whatever. Gulp. Okay. 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, 6. I don't know whether I should make my bets with... Bruh. Whatever. Gets another white. Gloves while soldering make it too hard to be precise. I see. Well, surely you didn't get burned too bad. Okay. Fuck. Okay, this might be unwise. Actually, I probably should have gotten rid of one of the bamboos. It's okay though. I guess I'll use my 3-3 as pair. Or we can completely abandon it for the 1-2-3. You know what? Sure. 1-2-3. That 4. Or maybe I shouldn't have done that. No. I don't want a 1 bamboo. Not gonna lie, I haven't done that in ages, so I was being stupid. I didn't want to buy a new safe. Lol. You have a safe indoors? I don't think I've ever seen like a real life safe. Okay. Ooh, the 6 is feeling a lot less likely of getting. I might have to pray for a... I don't know. Another 3? Where do I keep my gold? I don't know. Okay, well, regardless, it's not happening. It's important. Documents and expensive stuff. Do you live with like other people? Yo, who's coming into your house and taking your stuff? Or maybe it's just peace of mind. Yo, low-key, I want Tenpai though. But I don't know. I have to get lucky. Okay. Mota admitting her gold is not kept in a safe. I don't have any gold. Uh-oh. Guys, I'm losing first place. They are simply winning too much. Okay, but... lol. Guys, who voted second place? I'm feeling like second place is gonna happen. Getting close to third? Don't say that. There's nobody close to third. And also this is East 4. Unless like I deal into somebody. Which won't happen, by the way. Only one believer, then haters. Yeah. Praying for my downfall. I hope you guys bet a lot of points and then lose it all. I'm gonna get rid of South. Actually, I should probably get rid of my bamboos, but it's chill. Unless I get like a 7 or something. Nah. You hate seat wind? I don't know, sometimes I just get unlucky. Also, I did that last time. And then I got other stuff. Actually, what happened to my point from last gamble? What was the last thing we gambled? What, the heads or tails thing? I mean, you either lost it all or you got double. Yeah, it's in Orm's wallet. Yeah, tails won. Bruh. Yo, when's gonna be my turn though? Excuse me. My points. You should have known. Okay, we have the 5, 6. Maybe we could potentially get another 7, but I don't know. Do I believe? Nah. We could actually do all simples, but it kind of depends on whether we get other stuff. Bruh, whatever. Are your arms sore from the reps? Surprisingly not. Maybe I didn't try hard enough. Or I didn't flex my muscles. But you know, I woke up surprisingly okay. Am I gymming now? No. I will not be gymming. Would you like to do more? No, I'm in my Matron game. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm getting rid of the 9. And then maybe we get a 6. We go for all simples and I start cheating. Lol. This mahjong has gacha, right? How bad is the raids? It's pretty bad. But I got super lucky. I think... you know what? Never mind. I don't actually know. Lol. Actually, we can use this as our pair. Lol. 2, 3, 4, and then have a pair of the 5, and then... I don't know, trying to make a sequence with this stuff. Yo, who wanna give me... We could cheat this, but I won't. For her, they're pretty good because she keeps getting shit in like 2 pulls. Everyone else is tragic. Well, I mean, I'm an anomaly, okay? I wasted all of my good luck forever. I don't want to get rid of it. Even though maybe I should have. Lol. Man, I could have maybe potentially gotten rid of my 7, 8, 9 so I can go for all simples. Yeah. No full flush. It's chill. Bruh. Why'd you not run earlier? Die. Owie! Ow! I'm still second though. Alright, guys. Who voted? I got second place. Unless it's nobody. Then that's just too bad. So hi, crusty speaker. I'm playing mahjong, but I'm gonna pivot to Chaos Head. No one lol. Oh wow, guys, good job. Does that really mean the points are lost? Yeah, they go down the drain. Thanks, guys. That's just too damn bad. Okay, wait, let me do my pulls though. She threw so bad. I was not throwing. I'd never throw on purpose in mahjong. Also, I had burgers today and I got mustard on my shirt and now it's yellow stained. Sigh. My PJs! Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys really wanted to know that. Mustard. You can't say mustard during VN streams. I can't remember what was the replacement word for mustard? Wait, guys. Let's summon though. Come? Why didn't I use mayo? Oh, I guess it's because it's supposed to be hot dog related. Yo! Wait. This might be fire? Ding, ding. Guys, I'm just that lucky. Save. Dark flame. Replacing the splash? Yeah. I like the splash one, but I want to try using the other one. Okay. Wow, good mahjong sesh, guys. Alright, let's actually play Chaos Head. Yeah, Dark Flame Master. Yo, who want to switch my categories? Thanks. Thanks, August Joy. Oh boy. Guys, do you think I can actually finish it all today? Or do you think that, I'm gonna have to split it into 2 streams? If I lock in. Okay. If you try... Yeah, I start speedreading. Okay, let's continue. I think we didn't go all the way. Center route? What? Yo, did we not even start trying to search for it? Fuck. 523 is the most recent one. Okay, I think it's this one then. No, you got lazy. Lol. Do not call me lazy. Okay, this is new text, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, it starts at chapter 8. Oh yeah, this is like the new scene for whatever this is. The light of the sunset bathed the hospital room in a vibrant orange. All was silent, as if time itself had stopped. Only a single person was present, completely still, as if asleep, sat a boy in a wheelchair. It was around the time of day where one would find nurses rushing around the hospital serving patients their dinners, and yet no signs of activity made their way to the room. A moment later, the silence was broken by the sound of a door opening. Hey! A lone girl entered the room. I forgot, have we ever seen this outfit before? The boy in the wheelchair lifted his head to acknowledge her, but did not speak. Yeah, okay, denim skirt. For a moment, the girl hesitated at the entrance. Looking around the room, she could sense a faint aura of loneliness emanating from it. Yo, anybody else got an aura of loneliness? The drab-looking room was minimal in size and reeked of disinfectant. This was where the two of them spent their days. Maybe. An isolated location, eternally unknown to the rest of humanity. Not a single soul, be they a doctor, nurse, friend, or relative, ever came to visit. The boy and girl rarely exchanged words with one another. The boy had been hospitalized and for a whole year had been comatose. Only just a month ago he awoken. The girl had been essentially using the room as a place to stay. However, as much as she did trust him, their relationship had nothing to do with any sort of romantic or sexual attraction. Yeah, she ain't fucking with the guy in the wheelchair, I guess. What do you mean she don't like them shriveled? Her only goal was to repay her debt to the boy, nothing more, nothing less. The boy was intentionally cold and distant, having even told her to not return once before, yet all the same she remained. This was in part because she had nowhere else to go. During his coma, she had been his lone caretaker. The couch in the room had become her bed, and even now, after he had awoken, she still used it as such. I brought you something to eat. She spoke with warmth and sincerity as she held out a bag of food she had brought from the convenience store. Her words scared away the static atmosphere and breathed new life into the dead world that surrounded them. The girl surrendered herself to such an illusion, but did not mention this to the boy as she laid several kinds of bread atop the empty bed. Hey, this has been on my mind for a while now, but is food like this enough to keep you healthy? I don't have what time left that is. Regardless, I'm sorry for sending you out to buy these. It is a really cute pose. It's alright, really. I got some food for myself too, so don't worry about it. She forced herself to smile at the boy, then taking in an egg sandwich for herself, she moved toward the window. Upon opening the window, the crisp autumn breeze permeated the quiet hospital room. Comfortably greeted by the wind, the girl narrowed her eyes and perched nimbly on the windowsill. The room was located considerably high up. Imaginably, falling would mean certain death. This, however, hardly mattered to the girl, who simply took a hearty bite out of her sandwich. The boy in the wheelchair paid her no heed. He did not even attempt to reach for the bread laid out on the bed. It's okay, he can eat it with his mind. Also, hi, Jessie. Listen, I need to ask you again. Are you really gonna try to awaken him? I am! The chat the two of us had yesterday made that very clear to me. Nozomi has been keeping an eye on him, and know it too is nearing completion. We must make haste! No matter what it takes? That's right! But that makes us no better than Nozomi scaring him, pushing him to the edge. He's all we have! But if he awakens, you'll die. I've been preparing for that from the very beginning. My death is suitable punishment for shoving all my responsibilities onto him. The girl kept her gaze focused on the setting sun, not daring to look over her shoulder at the boy. Her countenance laid her emotions bare. She looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Could erasing him be an option? Bruh, she want me dead. If that were to happen, I would not hesitate to put myself through another year-long coma so I could create another me, perhaps even longer. But by the time I would succeed, Noah too will have long since been completed, an event that shall cast the world into despair. Despite his gentle tone, his words were laced with a touch of cynicism. Upon hearing them, the girl couldn't help but let out a sigh. I can't support the way you're going about this. We cannot allow Noah 2 to reach completion. I know we can't, but putting myself in his shoes, it's just so sad. And there's no way I can just stand around and watch while you kill yourself. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I'll take care of it. The boy finally moved a little, taken aback by the girl's abrupt yet resolute words. What exactly do you mean by that? Finishing off the last of her sandwich, she stepped down from the windowsill, then turned to face him. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she snapped into a pose resembling that of a salute. I swear to protect him from Nozomi. That way, you won't have to die. But that negates the very reason he was created, and it doesn't solve anything. Noah too. I'll take care of Noah too as well. That just isn't something you could handle. I've already made up my mind. She kind of snatched right now. She's always been snatched. I won't let you do what you plan to do. I'm going to protect you. She gave him a frail yet tender smile. At the sight of this, the boy lost any and all words he had. You predicted there'll be another incident today, right? It isn't just a prediction. It's an absolute fact. I've seen their delusion myself. If that's true, then I can't let him get involved. I'll be going now. She approached the door. Even if you interfere, I will still force him to awaken as planned. As she opened the door, hearing the boy's words directed at her back, she paused for one final time. No signs of life came from the hallway, not a single human being was in sight, and not a single sound reached the room. Hey. Just what are we exactly? The two of us have been here for over a year, all while nobody even knows we exist. Being here, I can't help but feel like my existence is nothing more than an illusion or something. I think this hospital's gloominess is getting to my head. Remy, you shouldn't get involved. Despite the boy's pleading, the girl did not look back. Make sure to eat the bread I got you, okay? After murmuring those last few words, the girl left the hospital room. I guess this is before Takumi knows that Remy is even there. Before I knew it, I found myself... Oh, well. Oh, and then she says hi. She too heard that sound. Before, there had been a strange whirring sound like something tearing its way through the air. Soon after she heard it, she discovered its origin, a rucksack worn by a nearby suspicious-looking person. When she attempted to pursue them, however, they escaped. That was when she heard another sound echoing in the distance, the shrill sound of stakes being nailed into a wall, and though faint, the whirring sound from before could still be heard as well. The two sounds resonated in grating harmony, creating the illusion that her ears may start bleeding at any moment. Am I too late? Lightly biting her lip, she sprinted toward the source of the sound, and there her eyes landed upon. Hey. A corpse affixed to a wall by several cross-shaped stakes. Startled, she surveyed her surroundings. Though she loathed to admit it, the status of the victim did not matter to her in the slightest. If granted the opportunity, she would naturally have preferred to save him, but it was much too late, and now there were more important matters at hand. She couldn't let Nishijo Takumi see this place. She couldn't let him be consumed by fear. Where could he be? With that on her mind, she returned her gaze to the corpse. Gulp. Yo! 189201921. Thanks for following. Okay. She was at a loss for words. She had only looked away for a second, and yet in that short time, countless stakes had gruesomely mutated the corpse. Just a moment ago, there had been a few stakes on the wall, just enough to suspend the corpse in mid-air. There hadn't been any external injuries, let alone blood. How it feels to be on my durian? Yeah, I'm sure. But now a grisly spectacle lay before her eyes. The sight of it left her reeling in horror, frantically fighting to endure her nausea, her vision distorted as uncertainty seized her heart. Is a delusion eroding a reality? In that moment, the girl came to notice that the changes did not end there. Oh. Girl, what you holding that for? Her clothes were different. She was wearing a uniform unfamiliar to her from a school she didn't recognize. In addition, her body was stained with crimson, and in her hand was a stake. No! Is this... a delusion synchro? I guess that's how she turned up like this. Someone's delusion had edited the scene around her. The gruesome corpse, her clothes, the scarlet-rich blood. Was any of it real? No. It couldn't possibly be real. There was no stench of blood. She couldn't feel the icy chill of the metal stake in her hand. She had put her hand to her bloody cheek, and it came away dry. She carefully reached for one of the stakes planted in the body, but when she tried to grab it, her hand grasped nothing but air. Everything was a delusion, a far, far too vivid delusion. But at any moment, the delusion could become reality. It had already taken form. Once rebooted, it would merge with reality. What was she to do? The girl was overtaken by doubt. A delusional space like this, oozing negativity, was well beyond anything she was used to dealing with. Such a powerful deluder may have already taken Nishijo Takumi's life. She might suddenly find Takumi pinned to the wall in this man's place. At this point, it would not even surprise her. Driven by anxiety, she let out a soft cry, and right at that moment... The picture! Shogun-sen! The terrified scream of a boy resounded from behind her. Girl was covered in blood. Yeah. Okay. Dang, okay, you know what? Maybe I had so much foresight that I didn't, do this all last time, because there's so many, like, stops before chapter 8. The vast majority of the nurses at Yoyogi's General Hospital were making their rounds. Only one could be found sitting alone at the nurse's station. She stared at the laptop with a deadpan expression on her face. Despite not being on break, she was in the middle of a phone call. It did not seem to matter to her in the slightest that she was violating her work's policy on cell phone usage. She don't give a gaff. Reflected in her blank eyes was a certain chat log shining brightly on the computer screen before her. Oh, here he is! Nishijo Takumi! You sure it's him? Most likely. Speaking on the other end of the call was a man. It was clear from how they spoke to one another that the conversation had nothing to do with work. He's not using his real name though, just his online handle. But he did know about the formula. I'll copy everything and send it over. With a mechanical flick of her wrist, wrist, the nurse moved the mouse with the intention of copying the log. However, she suddenly stopped, her brow furrowed. What on earth? Something wrong? The nurse ignored the man's question, narrowing her eyes as she brought her face closer to the screen. The screen still displayed the chat logs, however, something seemed different from a few seconds prior. Something had changed, an impossibility considering they were logs, not real-time conversations. And yet, even though everything had felt perfectly normal a moment ago, something felt incredibly out of place now. The timestamps! They changed! What do you mean? The man understood how absurd her claim was, and the voice on the other end of the call became much lower. It was perfectly normal just a second ago! What on earth is going on? Chill out! We're dealing with a gigalomaniac, and a monster one at that. So they were tampered with then? Looks like they don't want us knowing who they really are. This whole timestamp deal makes it look like he's putting on a one-man show. Looking at it that way, maybe that's the goal. They turned reality into a delusion. Keep an eye out, Shino. Seems like they're watching your every move. Motherfucker. Suddenly, a sense of unease crept up the back of Shino's neck. Covering her nape with her hand, she turned to face the source of the gaze, but there was nobody there. Not a single soul could be found within the nurse's station. May the divine light save us! Shino murmured those words of prayer to herself, hoping they would sweep the fear away. Okay, so I guess that's the explanation on the weird timestamps. What the fuck up? Hi, Nanami. And also bye, Nanami. I feel like I've never said the word motherfucker, like, as an insult, or like, I don't know. I never be saying that. I don't know, maybe just it feels too long. It's too long of an insult. Wow. Yo, so how's everybody's days going? I'm gonna be skipping for a while. Actually, is there... No, there's not a skip button. Well. Let's see. Things I did today. I ordered some tablecloth for my Artist Alley table. I think it's really cute. But also it's not like arriving until June. Just woke up before stream, to be honest. Okay. Honestly, me too. I got up at 5. And then I went to shower. And then I blow dried my hair. And then I did the dishes. And then I stopped for my dinner. And then I did the rest of the dishes. And then I started stream. Misproductive, yeah. Also, more things of my productive excursion is that, hey, anybody want to give me my Square Reader? Smiles. If nobody buys it for me, I will have to buy it eventually. But it's $50, I don't want to do it myself. Yo, who want to get it for me, though? I don't think I've ever... I feel like I never see my bot command for my throne. It's chill, though. Can't you use Apple Pay or something? Okay, but think about the amount of people that use cards. It's like, the more, like, you know, avenues you have for somebody to pay you, like, you know, it's not even on there? Really? I thought they put it on there. Oh. I thought I did. No, it is on there. It just takes a while to load. I don't know why Throne decided to change the UI on the site. Lol. They hate me. They don't want to give me presents that I don't feel like buying myself. But anyways, I was like talking earlier with my friend about like our table setup and Division, and I was like, wow, I'm getting mildly excited. Also, hi Zura. Mota, I can't read that fast. That's too bad. I think I can read this fast. This is what it's like to read in my head. You know, I see glimpses and then I don't know what I was reading. Any fast readers? Are you picking any of this up? Okay, well, I'm absorbing. So basically, we went to McDonald's with our sister. This is all like old stuff. Forcing a fever dream. Yeah. I can read pretty fast? Really? Okay, but how's your comprehension level? You need to try to take the reading test and see whether or how fast you can read and also how well you can comprehend. This is how it feels when people tell me they read fast. It makes me feel weak and inferior. I scored the lowest out of my friend group. Ooh. Mine was like, was it 1,000? It was around 1,000. But then also like I didn't absorb anything. But to be fair, the article was boring as fuck that they had for the example. I read normal and got 50% comprehension. Is it over for me? No. I don't know. I feel like most of the time when they have like a reading thing, at least when I had that kind of thing for tests, I'd like skim the whole thing and then look at the question and then go back to looking at what the passage said to get the right answer. I ain't remembering all that. My comprehension is okay. I mean, I took all of my bank licensing with no problems. Okay. I struggle so much in English classes in school. I feel like English class for me, I just kind of hated it because of how time consuming like writing a paper was. But I'm like, I'm kind of like, what is it? Procedural with like how I write essays, and then they always get good score, so it's chill. But like, I don't know. What was my hardest class in school? Mine was definitely math. Up until calc, math was probably my easiest one. Probably. Let me think. Fuck. Wait, I definitely have one that I didn't like. I think bio made me mauled a little bit. But that was because it was AP bio. Well, if it was normal bio, I don't know. I simply do not struggle in high school, at least. Minus calc. Well, but everything else it was okay. I don't think I really had a class that was hard. It's more of a class I didn't feel like doing work in. Well. Home ec. We didn't have home ec. And also, I'd be so good at that class. So don't even start. Alright, Sakihata remained expressionless as she moved forward. Yeah, home ec doesn't exist anymore. I'd take home ec if it was a class. And like, had credits, lol. We can tell you didn't have home ec? Whatever. You guys are just jealous. Yeah, they don't. Home ec is like, it's giving. I went to school, in the 1900s. Or wait, what's that? What's it called? Like, I know that I feel like 1900 sounds like I'm talking about like 1900, like 00. What's the one where it's like, what, late 90s? 20th century. Okay. Riding horses to class in 1920? Just say 90s? Okay, well, whatever. Is this a roundabout way of calling me Unc? Man, what the hell? I'm sorry. Hey, you're not even that old compared to everybody else. Yo, who banging on the door? Go. Wait, I'll be back. Lol. Oh, my little brother was just killing a bug. Lol. I was like, what is that noise? Who's begging? Jeffrey is as old as China? Yeah. Maybe he's the first emperor? Aren't, like, most of the emperors, like... Actually, I don't know. I don't know that much about Chinese history. She was walking down one of Suime Academy's many hallways, this one lined with classrooms for second-year students. She was not accustomed to wearing a uniform, as this was her first time setting foot in this place. She paid no mind to all of the other students in her vicinity. However, her apparent composure was a mere facade, one intended to desperately conceal a boiling pot of unease within her. Her somewhat awkward march through the halls betrayed this, but as she proceeded toward her destination, she kept her head held high all the same. Soon enough, she reached room 2C. This is the place? She already knew the answer. It was Nishijo Takumi's class. She placed her hand on the closed door, only then did she realize that her fingers were trembling. On a normal day, I would have wanted to come here. Such a desire crossed her mind for a moment, but she stopped her delusions from progressing any further. After taking a small breath, she vigorously slid the door open. Good morning, everyone! Her stoic expression faded as if it had never existed to begin with. The classroom before her was remarkably cheerful, overflowing with energy. She shifted her right hand to her forehead, snapping to the pose of a salute. Rumi's greeting resounded throughout the classroom. And the classroom... fell as silent as death itself. Class had not started yet, so the room was about half full, but everyone that was there was looking her way, visibly puzzled. And for good reason. Nobody in this class, nobody in this school knew who she was. And for that very reason, Rimu had to make sure to draw everyone's attention. Okay, she drew her D-sword, and yet not a soul reacted. The sword, with blades arranged like inflexible feathers, was still a delusion. It was visible to no one. For her purposes, however, that was enough. Go forth, my delusion. She fired her thoughts at the eyes of those gazing at her. Then, as if it had somehow been planned beforehand, everyone blinked in unison. And then, all at once, the room's frozen atmosphere thawed. Rimi looked around the room once more, and then a smile formed on her face. It looks like the Kirby Air ride vehicle. Is Kirby Air supposed to be like Mario Kart or something? Good morning.
Ohayo, Sakihata.
Morning, Sakihara. Sup? Why so loud? It's way too early, Remy. Kinda, it's a little weird though. They're remaking on Switch too. Okay, but what if they're remaking Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War for the Switch 2? Please! One after another, each student spoke to her as if they had always known her. She's projecting her own interests. No, I'm actually manifesting. Even though until mere seconds ago, they had never seen her before. But it was different now. Rumi had planted delusions into them, delusions that soon attained mutual recognition. Recognition that Sakihata Rumi is a student at Suime Academy and is a member of Class 2C. 2 days prior, she had tested this trick on Nishida Taku, but it had proven to be not very effective. As a result, she had been worrying over how exactly it would unfold when she tried it here. But it seemed her anxiety had been unfounded. After seeing the smiles of her chattering classmates, she relieved a sigh of relief. Or heaved a sigh of relief, whatever. She recalled her D-sword, then approached an empty seat from a vacant row in the back of the room. This desk was another delusion she had created. She placed her bag down, but rather than sitting, she turned to face the boy approaching her.
Yo, Rimi.
Yo, Rimi.
Yo, Misumi Daisuke.
Hey, Misumi Daisuke. Misumi Daisuke. Rimi spoke his name 3 times to ensure her certainty. Why'd you say my name 3 times and my whole name at that? I just felt like it, Daichin. Misumi was Taku's friend. In addition to being quite handsome, he clearly put care into the way he dressed. Rimi did not know how his friendship with Taku had come to be. Perhaps Takumi was responsible, fabricating this friendship through delusions. Bruh. Or perhaps Misumi and Taku had truly formed a genuine friendship on their own with no outward interference. The cause mattered... What? Okay, the cause mattered not, okay. All that mattered was that he and Taku were friends. Rimi's illusion had already implanted fresh memories within him. Where's Taku? He's not here yet. Then again, it's today one of the days he's supposed to be. Pretty sure, yeah. Leave it to his babysitter to be on top of things. I don't think I could ever wrap my head around that guy's schedule. Rimi wore a strange smile. It was a smile foreign from feelings of guilt. Everyone's memories had been altered with delusions. This would remain Rimi's secret, and nobody else suspecting a thing. Sorry, I need to move my chair. Those around her would act friendly with her. However, nothing could change the fact that these relationships had been crafted from falsehoods. She had thought that she had become completely accustomed to loneliness by now, but by placing herself in this classroom, she was subjecting herself to desolation stronger than ever before. Bro, please bring genealogy. OMFG, so true. I like low-key got spoiled at like a big plot point for FE4, but it's okay because I don't know too many details. I just know that was kind of fire. I probably should have watched the VODs. I mean, honestly, you kind of just need like the common route, and then all this stuff is like extra. At least for now. But basically, wait, what part were you not here for or you don't get? We can use this time to explain a big recap. Oh my god, it's Shogun. Chills. Is anybody actually gonna get the Switch 2 on release date? Lol. It's a little expensive. I think I'm gonna sit and wait. I'm gonna watch everybody else get it. I need more games than Mario Kart. True. They like barely announced anything. At least stuff that interested me. But also, I think they need to peer pressure me to get something that's like Switch 2 exclusive. My brother ordered one already? Okay, Nintendo. Chills. I don't know whether my dad would get it or not. Because my dad likes getting the new hip tech. At least he like, I'm pretty sure we've gotten all the consoles, the Nintendo consoles, since like the GameCube. But I don't know, since me and my sister are like, adults now, I don't know if he's gonna get it. But I sure hope he does, so I don't have to buy it. Oh. The only game I care about is DK, and that's it. Imagine buying a console for one game. I start emulating. Just kidding. You didn't hear that from me. Honestly, I feel like the Switch emulators, at least when I try to play this one game, it kind of ran like poop. And like, especially during cutscenes, like the frame rate would shit itself and start lagging. Also, are they gonna have like another direct? Or are they just gonna release it and not have anything else? Is that not just your PC? I don't know. I mean, I did upgrade it slightly since then. But I don't know. I'm not gonna buy a new console unless there's something super interesting. I mean, I prefer to like play games on like, you know, not have to sail the high seas. I barely use my Switch beyond Balatro and Monhun Rise when I'm traveling. I don't even like game while I travel. I just like, I don't know, I miss my PC. Also, I feel like most games I play are PC only. Or at least have like a PC option, which I'm gonna pick over a console. You can't make me! I'll only use it when someone says Mario Kart. Yo, hop on Mario Kart? Man, speaking of... Actually, do you think I could potentially get codenames to work on stream? I feel like that's not possible. Or maybe I can attempt to do a collab with someone with codenames. Codenames is kind of fire. Even though it makes me so bad. But it's okay. I don't know, I think I'm craving the card game, board game. Need at least 4 people. Codenames? Codenames is basically like if okay, so there's 2 teams, and then each team has a spy master, and the spy master is like crafting. So you guys know what connections is, right? It's like we're crafting the connections, and then the other, you're like trying to make it so that your team can like piece together like words that are your team's, I don't know, whatever. Yo, hop on goldfish? You mean go fish? You want to learn Yu-Gi-Oh? You don't? Is Yu-Gi-Oh like the Pokemon card game? I kind of wish I was able to play Pokemon TCG, but like, I feel like I played it like twice before. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to get it. Guys, I kind of fuck with card games. TCGs require too much money. Okay, but what if... is there like not an online version of the Pokemon card game? There's no way nobody's made that before. Can you do Pokemon pack openings? Yo, who wanna sponsor me getting a Pokemon card pack? I like spend all my savings on one box. Are they still expensive and get scalped all the time? I don't know. I was watching, was it a streamer unboxed Pokemon cards recently. And I don't know, it's like my Coco Melon. Just buy scratch-off tickets? True? I don't think singles are expensive for Pokemon. If you want to make a deck, it's sourcing the packs that's the issue. I mean, I couldn't really play Pokemon TCG in real life because I don't got no friends. At least in my vicinity. So I don't know. I love the feeling of opening that single pack and like taking off the slightly shiny foil or whatever. And then like the holo cards. I low-key need this. Save. Yo, wait, let me look up how much Pokemon cards are. Are they called booster? Are they boosters? Or is that like the smaller packs? Pokemon. Or is boosters just a single one? Pokemon card packs. Yo! Pokemon Prismatic Evolutions Booster Bundle is $29.99 at Target. Chills? Yo, why is it 3 stars? Oh, out of stock. Lol. We have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Stellar Crown Booster Box for $119. Target shit gets repacked, really? Also, hi West. Wait, actually, West, where'd you get your cards from? Yeah, the Pokemon experts here. Where do you get your boxes from? Do people just buy it from the Pokemon website? But I feel like those would get sold out pretty fast. I get them from local card shops. Damn. Okay. I feel like I never see them like in person anymore. But you don't go outside, so you can't? Okay, you didn't need to say the quiet part out loud. Can you get the One Piece booster box? I haven't watched One Piece. Also, I should probably answer this question so I can at least have it skip while I browse Pokemon cards. Yes. I mean, maybe if I get like the older ones that are like less super valuable. Cause I don't particularly give a gaff about like the newer Pokemon. I only like the older ones. I think of the new ones, I'd probably prefer the Eevee ones, but I don't know. It's nearly impossible to buy them from retail stores easily these days since the majority of them are gone because people camp out for them. Bruh. They hate me. They don't want me to gamble. Wouldn't the older ones be more expensive? When I say older, I mean like not too like old enough to be retro. I mean like couple releases or like, you know, like maybe from a couple years back. Cause I feel like was it? You know, they're like not hot on the market and they've already sold what they're gonna sell. Maybe. Unless like it's super desired, then maybe not, but I don't know. Just don't buy them, but I love Pokemon card pack opening videos. What if that was me though? It's not actually a sword. I forgot what the answer was for this. No one gonna bankroll your bad habit? No, guys, please. Why am I hated? Yo, who wanna sponsor me? It would go triple platinum on main channel shorts though? What I'm saying. Guys, if you care about my streaming career, you should front my Pokemon card packs. And then I only get people that want to watch Pokemon card opening videos. Chills. I was wanting to send just Dono so you could buy the card reader on your own so it's cheaper, but now I think I'll go through Throne. What do you mean? You don't want me to pocket the money for Pokemon card packs? So I noticed that you gave me this money, but I think what if I spent it elsewhere? Just buy a bunch of prismatic evolution. Wait, let me see how much prismatic evolutions is. Prismatic evolutions Pokemon card. All of a sudden, all the dingles are gone and the comms are open again. Lol. Excuse me. Yo, guys, who want to get the Prismatic Evolutions Pokemon Center Elite Trainer box for $399? Yo, me and my cardboard. Gonna go crazy. That's crazy though, bruh. Yo, GameStop? Why do people rate it 3? Is this like find a store? Why do they not tell me? Do I have to? I don't want to call them. Oh, hell no. Are they literally like just not available online? Or I email Pokemon.com and I'd be like, I have a business opportunity that you can take part in. So you send me Pokemon card and I open them. And then I sell the rest. Or I can get like the blister packs, which are like barely anything. Yo, awesome value. Bro is not Pokerev. No, I start doing a bunch of Pokemon content, and so that the Pokemon company reaches out to me and wants to give me free stuff. There's also let's see. Yo, Pokemon TCG Scarlet and Violet Prismatic Evolutions Elite Trainer box for $139, and it has 3.6 stars. Seems like every pack was opened and resealed because they were so easy to open. Lol. Resealed? Question mark? Oh, okay. So I think we're not getting them off of Amazon. Moto, what do you think is the video games that will not work as a movie? Minecraft? Can you get the Celebrations Ultra Premium Booster Collection box? Yeah, can somebody buy me a house and also buy me a car? Wait, let's see what the Poke Center says. Sold out? Sold out? Sold out? Bruh. Do they even have anything available? Let's see what the TCG cards say. Except cookies. Oh wait, let me just... Trading card game, TCG cards. Yo, we have, basically no boxes. Lol. I don't got that kind of money anymore. It's okay, it's chill. What the? Kato, thank you for $20. Is there no, sound? Me when I only see it because it was on my screen. I have my stream elements run through a different thing. There was, oh, well, I can't hear it. Wow, must be nice. I literally, wait, let me see. Uh-oh, mute myself. Me when I get distracted? Gulp. Yeah, I don't know. I really can't check donation history, but Kato, thanks for money, lol. Let me change my thing. Also, I promise that I'll honestly I just don't know when there's a good time for me to switch to OBS. Okay, Mota, I'm here. We can play Uno now. I'm reading. Also, me looking at Pokemon cards. There. I mean, when I have to manually type this, bruh. This might be cheeks. She never migrating to OBS? No, I need to. See, look how many issues. I can't even hear my alerts sometimes. Chills. Guys, trust me. Man. Okay, well. One of these days, we'll get a card pack. Yo, what is this? Open a booster pack. Chills? Wow. Is this like an online Pokemon TCG simulator? Guys, it's like we're opening real packs. That's crazy. But guys, it's not the same as IRL though, because then it's like real life shiny. I got Jolteon, so let's go. Yeah. Broke Sim. I mean, isn't like the Brokey version like the online app one? Okay, let's also continue the game. We need to finish this today. I got Iron Leaves X. Who the fuck is that? I don't know. I don't know any of like the Scarlet and Violet like new Pokemon. I got Dunsparce. Dunsparce? Hey, that's not his name. Standing in the center of a dimly lit room, Sakihata Rumi hung her head, remaining deathly still. The room's owner, Nishito Taku, was not currently present. He had not locked the door before he left, so Rumi had been easily able to enter. She checked the time on her cell phone. It was nearly 10 p.m. I got Peekaboo. Bruh. I'm the only guy who plays the modern games, whatever. Okay, but you're like... I don't know. You're fully submerged into the Pokemon scheme, and you'll never leave. No, they gave Dunsparce an Evo, and it's Dunsparce. The Dunsparce, and he has an extra body segment, bro. Segment, and it's bigger. Wait. Dunsparce. I'm sorry. Wow, I can't believe I lived to see the day that Dunsparce got an evolution. I thought he was always gonna be like just some sad single Evo. Don't do cheese emoji, that's nasty. He kind of looked cool. I feel like he looks so similar to like Dunsparce, but I mean, I'm happy for him. Bruh. What is that emote? Stinky cheese global emote? Is Taku still at Scramble Crossing? If she had been able, she would have helped him straight away. She had already attempted to once before, but the closer she had gone to Scramble Crossing, the denser the crowd had become, and eventually she had been rendered unable to move. I always wanted him to evolve into like a funny dragon guy. I wish he got legs, but maybe that's just me. Or like he evolved into something cooler. But I mean, it's cute. But I usually like the cute to cool pipeline of like Pokemon evolutions. In the end, the Esper Boys show had concluded before she had reached Ofran. It was then that she heard Takumi's voice. He pleaded with her to return Nanami's hand. It was not often that Takumi would ask Rumi for a favor. Nozomi had kidnapped Nanami, and they were currently subjecting her to all manner of torture. Takumi had been able to locate her using his mind-reading abilities. As she and Nanami had been acquainted in the past, hearing this news broke Rumi's heart. A cardboard box sat on the sofa. Contained within it was a cell phone, a petite bangle, and Nanami's severed hand. The sight left Rumi at a loss for words. Concern, anguish, and sorrow overwhelmed her. All at once, memories of her past hardships flashed through her mind. Forcefully biting her lip, Rumi stared at the hand for a few moments, and then, with a deep breath, she gently closed the lid of the box, sealed it with duct tape, and left the room with the package in tow. Okay, so I guess Rumi yoinked it. Rumi took out her cell phone and connected to the one seg television broadcasting service. The events at Scramble Crossing had been on the news earlier, so she tuned into it, hoping to confirm something. But when the channel came on, it was in the midst of a commercial break, which must have meant that they were not broadcasting live anymore. In other words, Talking must not have been at Scramble Crossing anymore. Knowing this, Rumi reluctantly returned to the hospital room she shared with Takumi. Hey. The lights were off. The room was as pitch black as when she had left it. The bed was empty as Takumi was sitting in his wheelchair instead, something that Rumi had been accustomed to. Do you have Nanami's hand? Yeah, I brought it with me. Rumi opened the box and presented it to Takumi. Thank you. Can it still be reattached? We can fix this, can't we? I don't know, but this hospital does have a cryopreservation facility. Of course, freezing it would be better than nothing, but there was no guarantee that it would be returned to her. That was what his eyes conveyed to her. It'll be fine. We'll fix this. I know we will. Rumi boldly declared this with a positive flair. I believe with all my heart that we'll get it back to her. But first, I've got to get her out of there. I don't believe her life is in danger. There's no need to be so hasty. Well, don't you seem pretty calm about all this? Sorry, just forget I said that. More importantly, do you know where Taku is right now? He was brought to this hospital and is currently asleep in the psychiatric ward. Are you serious? Rumi's eyes widened and she immediately burst out of the room. Oh. Hello! Hello, Ray. And welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had an awesome stream. What were you guys doing? Also, hello, Cherry X Yana. Hi! We're just doing a little bit of reading. Hi, Motip. Hey. Were you drawing? Or what else were you doing? I recognize that. Those emotes. Visiting hours had long since ended, forcing Rumi to conceal the sound of her footsteps as she traversed the dim hallways. Also, hi, Vo. And also, Hoshi. Hi! She knew that both Nozumi and the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light were among the hospital staff, and she could not afford to attract any unwanted attention. Ray is in this game? I don't... Unless Ray is a wheelchair bound. I don't think so. Yeah, Rumi, I hope you have a beautiful stream. Yeah, it's going quite pleasant so far. Following a long and arduous trek, she arrived at the room that Takumi had informed her of. Upon inspecting her surroundings to ensure she would not be seen, she slowly opened the door. I was in a wheelchair once? Really? I don't think I've known anybody that was in a wheelchair before, unless you were pulling my leg, lol. The room was pure white, the entirety providing not even the slightest hint of warmth. No legs pulled? Oh. Dang. I'm lucky I haven't pulled anything. Rumi silently approached the bed in the center of the room. Taku lay there, sleeping deeply, his forehead beaded with sweat, his eyebrows were furrowed, and a moan would occasionally escape his lips. Remy reached out toward Taku's cheek and gently caressed it. I'm sorry, but I couldn't protect you. Unable to hold her emotions any longer, she whispered that into his ear. Yuck. I need to get more water soon. Oh. Oh. Yo, I love skipping. Are we almost there? Wait, let me see what chapter we're on. Chapter 7? Okay, we're getting closer. Sad music. I think my favorite tracks in this game so far is that one that played at the end of Yua's route, and then the Seiratan melody. Also, Knive! Thank you for tier 1! Let's freaking go. Give me that. Putting this all donations and subs will go towards my next Pokemon pack. I just get a single one. Do you think they sell singles, or is there like a basically 100% chance that they're like resealed? Unsubbing? No, don't do that. Don't sub. I think we make my own. I make my own Pokemon card. Except it's not. Guys, stop saying unsubbing. You wouldn't do that, right? Please support me and all of my endeavors. Wait, true, the Moto Booster Pack? Yeah, I make it for fun. Wait, it kind of would go hard though, and then I make their rates abysmal. So that means that you have to buy the a big box of the same thing and then keep getting the same cards. What the heck? Whoa! Guys, I think we could really get the the booster box. Actually, there's like none of them on sale, but I can attempt to make Moto booster cards because I think they'd be funny. My gimmick merch. Also, thank you for gifting to Chomp Bob and Human Michael and the Flying Cowman 1 and Dog with the Butter and also Jesse Ocelot. Let's freaking go. Ending up with 40 common Moto dishwasher cards. Wait, this could be fire though. Just make some dingles do the art for the cards and then make them pay for it. True. Dog with the butter. Man, I got another stale floor popcorn card. I feel like they could be actually so cute though. I won't make the rates too awful, okay? I'd feel bad. But I do feel like being silly. Guys, one of the cards is signed. Make 10 packs and sell them for $50 each at Offkai. Yeah, and then I only have like limited it's only a limited run, so then I drive up the price even more. I want to see if there's because I know people make like foil prints and stuff, but cards are like super small. And then I don't want them misprintable because it looks ugly as fuck if it's unaligned. Foil cards, but they're poosmian. I'm gonna get like a complaint. Also, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to sell stuff like that. Like, you can get... I don't know about arrested, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal to sell bodily stuff. Not that I'd do it if it wasn't illegal, because that's nasty. I don't know how to get foils / hollows printed, but regular or cheap. I feel like there's totally a place that I can get, like, cards done. Double-sided and, like, have it, like, kind of firm, cardboard-ish. I don't know. I'm cooking. I don't know how many more... Because I'm, like, basically done with the totem print. I'm gonna change a few stuff, though. But, like... I don't know what other merch to do besides just doing like reruns of like old stuff or like getting new whatever. But we'll see. He went to go right past me, but just before he did, he put his hands on my shoulder. I can't keep up with this anymore. What's up to you, dude? With a sigh of exasperation, he left the hospital room. Leaving me alone like this wasn't fair. Also, I kind of need good water badly, so I'll be back.
Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop obsessing over poop smelling. I'm trying to keep it daddy, man. Fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the guap, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the gold on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. Brown on green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit.
Ayase hadn't shown even a hint of interest in Misumi-kun leaving. It was almost like she was pretending he had never even been there in the first place. She was always like this, always so detached from everything. Also, thanks for the welcome backs. I felt like I was looking at someone fundamentally different from normal people. Wow, that's how I feel when I talk to you guys. You created... Oh, sorry. You created it, did you not? The flower bed back then. That is how I realized that you've already awakened. I'm not a gigalomaniac! Gigalo? What? Gigalomaniac? Oh, I heard that name from Aoi Senna. Wait, am I on Remy's route? Okay, chill. We're fine. Wow, 55 custom TCG cards for $17? I feel like 55 is not enough. I feel like packs need to be juicier than that, but then that's like also a lot of artwork I'd have to do. Lol. Unless I have like the world's thinnest packs and like each pack has 3 cards. Hashtag I love wasting materials. A Gigalomaniac? Oh, I heard that name from Aoi Senna. Aoi Senna. Her. I see. I've met her only once. She too is a Black Knight of Gladual. Black Knights of Gladual and Gigalomaniacs? Do they mean the same thing? Either way, I can't do it. I couldn't even get a D-sword. You must overcome the divine punishment done unto you. Then and only then shall the sword be summoned. Divine punishment? Suffering. An eruption of mental overload. What lies beyond the gate to the heart? Or perhaps mental torture. There are many ways one may put it. I've already suffered through so much. Guys, I'm very close to getting my D-sword every single time I loosen Mahjong. Even now, I was still suffering. I was a laughingstock of Japan. The police thought I was a murderer. Shogun and Yua were terrorizing me left and right. And everything with Nanami. I was once in a mental hospital. This is a story from when I was a child. Yeah. I already knew. I'd seen it online, but why was she suddenly bringing it up? I was there for just under 5 years. My mind was weakened greatly. That was why I
I attacked everything around me and, at the same time, myself.
Ayase's voice was a faint murmur. The girl that sat in front of me was wearing pastel pajamas and tracing the creases on the sheets with her fingertip. Showed no signs of the strength she'd once had at the concert. The Ayase, the Fez from back then, had she even been real?
I often broke windows. I was a problem child.
A faint smile formed on her lips.
Those shards of broken glass, I could always vaguely see it there.
See what?
A sword. But I knew not what it was for many years. The time I learned it to be a D-sword was around 4 years after I was admitted to the facility. Before then, I always did as I pleased. But one day, every single employee in the facility was replaced all at once. I was tortured in countless ways for many months. And when my heart and mind were on the verge of breaking, I heard the voice of the greater will. And from that moment, I could finally summon it.
Torture?
It was divine punishment. Obtaining the power to defeat wicked hearts requires the purification of a wicked heart itself.
So basically, she was telling me I need to suffer more, otherwise I couldn't ever get a sword. If that was the case, then fuck that. I didn't want to experience any more pain. I'd already been broken down over and over again. I just wanted to be left alone. At my wit's end, I felt the urge to scream and shout, but Ayase's voice didn't allow me to. Okay. Yo, back to skipping. I go back to talking about cards. So basically, like, I use your guys' art as filler. Because I feel like, you know, I want the packs to be like, have variety. I don't want to just have like the same couple cards. The horse card? It's okay. I'll draw the horse. Or do you mean Mooch's like red-eyed horse? Sometimes filler cards got the best art. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, Mooch's red-eyed horse. Wait, do I still have it on here? No, that's... why do I got the Mahjong on here? Let's pull it up again. Honestly, I wish I had the PNG so I could just have the horse in the back. Mooch, can you take it off from the background? Or did you put them all together? Let me see if I can find it. Or maybe... Okay, guys, this is your daily reminder of the... Honestly, the horse is kind of me. Me when I look at you guys. Wait, I want to get just the head. It's so angry. Hey. Wait, what if it was... Wait. Let me... flip horizontal. Hey guys. It's me, Mota. Mota horse. Horseberry. Mota hooves. Hey. Anyways, I'm gonna need a PNG. If you care me. Right, Aoi-san's eyes shot wide open at the sight of my D-sword. Her blow had been fairly quick, but stopping it had been hardly any trouble. Our D-swords resonated with one another, releasing a shrill cry that enveloped the two of us. I could feel Aoi-san's negative emotions, her fury, her hatred coming forth through her D-sword. Saki-hata-san was also a killomaniac! Behind me, sank to the floor in shock. In that state, it would be impossible to get him to escape at this point, so I had no choice but to deal with Aoi-san somehow. Do you know exactly what he did? The IR2 formula, I'm fully aware. I cut Aoi-san short. I didn't want Taku to even hear its name. Fine then, Ao. If you force Taku to awaken, this will end in an even bigger disaster. Then I'll kill him before that. Even if you try, you'll never be able to. Also, let me move my phone away from my mic. I wouldn't want it to crackle. You'll never be able to. Aoi-san was incredibly aggressive, but she fundamentally misunderstood how a D-sword should have been used. Her attacks were far too straightforward, far too impulsive. Treating her sword as just a simple sword would translate only to a little kid swinging around a tree branch. There was a distinct difference between someone who had been properly instructed on how to wield it and an ordinary high school girl. Dealing with her would be child's play. Nishijo has to die. He brought a goddamn calamity into this world. Aoi-san had been consumed by her hatred. Her negative delusions were clearly visible to me. Pouring out from within her, they transformed into a hulking black miasma and forcibly pierced into my dead spots. Aoi-san couldn't have been doing it consciously. However, they wouldn't normally be visible to just anyone she faced. This was a characteristic unique to gigglomaniacs. When facing another human, it was possible to make that surge of emotions visible, and with that, you could lay all their emotions bare. I focused my attention on the images that were forcefully being projected into and eroding my mind, the emotions that fueled Aoi-san's hatred, her memories. Yo, flashback. I could see them. Her pain, her sorrow, her memories of the past that tormented her. And using those memories, I glared at Aoi-san and formed a delusion. I fabricated a fictitious scene that would twist the knife in her wounds. A shudder ran through her body, slowly lowering her sword. She then froze completely. Her expression showed she was clearly shaken. Her eyes were empty. She was no longer looking at me nor reality. She was now inside the delusion that I had fabricated, but I had just given her a cue. The rest of the story was of her own making, guided by her own obsession. And now Aoi-san could no longer fight. I jumped. I could feel a voice reverberating within my mind. What will Shana-san do now that she's been made a messy mess out of Shana-san's head? Are you gonna kill her, are you? I looked over toward the container house. If she's gonna kill Shana-san... A sort of many facets, an overwhelming sense of corrosive misfortune, a pure unadulterated savagery, and a destructive nobility. It was Orihara-san's D-sword. Then Kojipi's gonna ask Sakihata-san to the body list. After what happens to people on the list? Upon lifting her D-sword high up in the air, Orihara-san smiled cheerfully at me. Kojipi killed them all! I... Kill them! All of a sudden, Taku raised his voice to a shriek. Oh. Both Sena and Kozupi are enemies! They were enemies all along! That's why you gotta kill them, Remy! Or Remy. I don't wanna die! Taku, just be quiet for a minute. Bless you! Orihara-san twisted her lips into a smile. Koyopio! Kill your bossies! Oh. Okay. New Kozupi CG. It came like a storm. The sheer speed at which she charged at me was simply inhuman. I was taken by surprise. Orihara-san's D-sword came down on me like a stake being pounded into the earth. I immediately jumped back, but the impact was so strong I was blown back anyway. I somehow managed to land on my feet. Is she looking happy about it? Hey, if this was a different visual novel, I could totally see up her skirt, but I guess in this game they're a little more modest. Next came a horizontal swing. I tried to deflect it with my sword. Sigh, too modest. No upskirt. But I failed. I ended up taking the blow head on. My arms went completely numb. Die! Orihara-san charged at me with unbelievable strength. I had no room to counterattack. How was she so adept at fighting? Despite her small frame, Orihara swung her giant D-sword around with no issue at all. Her footwork was wild and unsteady. Each she step was incredibly unstable. Her feet were barely touching the ground. Rather than she being the one swinging the sword, it felt as if the sword was swinging her. Shaki-chan and Takumi-chan were both baddies after all! So, crazy people kill you all both! I won't let you kill Taku! I desperately deflected Orihara's blows just as I'd done before with Senna. I focused on the negative emotions pouring out from within her. The image that appeared in the back of my mind was a mirror. Wasting no time, I sent that delusion into Orihara's son's dead spots. Orihara's son's movements came to a sudden halt. Tears began to pour from her eyes. I let out a sigh of relief. I had to get Taku out of here while I still... And that's when I noticed. I couldn't see Aoi-san anywhere. I looked all around the rooftop and saw her standing at the very edge of it. Aoi! I frantically took off running, but before I could reach her, her body slowly drifted forward and then she disappeared over the edge. Yo, you made her jump, Rumi. The sound of something crashing into the ground, the sound of something splashing against the earth. I heard it faintly in the distance. Had she died? Had Aoi-san died? Because of that delusion I showed her? No, I didn't mean to. A fierce blast of wind came from behind me. The impact was tremendous. It felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I felt my brain being shaken around inside my skull. Unable to brace myself beforehand, I was sent flying. I hit the ground hard and a sharp pain shot through my entire body. I hadn't been cut in any way, but I had taken an extremely hard blow from her fiendish D-sword. My vision was intensely blurry. I tried to get up, but I couldn't feel my legs. I can't tell who I was anymore. I might have suffered a light concussion. I tried desperately to look up. Orihara-san was staggering around, cradling her head in her hands. She violently shook it from side to side. Had the delusion I'd shown her made her lose sight of who she was? She was moving toward Taku. She was going to kill him. Why didn't you run away? Why are you still here? I had to help him. I closed my fist. But my D-sword wasn't in my hand. I had accidentally let go of it when I'd been hit by the blast earlier. It was lying on the ground a short distance away from me. Die! Taku was crying out for my help. I have to save him. I won't let anyone kill him. But I'm too far away. I won't make it. Orihara-san had already raised her D-sword. Taku would die in an instant. He had sunk to his knees and could no longer move. In less than a second, he would literally be crushed by her D-sword. I have to save him! No matter what I do, I won't make it. Numerous voices surged within me. My thoughts grew erratic. Countless me's pierced me with their gazes from inside my head. Countless me's whispered with their mouths. The whispers continued to cascade, pooling together into a violent flood of voices, each one gnawing away at any and all reason I had. I desperately stood up, but I couldn't do any more than that. I won't make it. I won't let you kill him! I gritted my teeth. Taku's going to die. Kill her. Kill Orihara Kozue. If I can protect him, then nothing else matters. No, it's not like that. Kill her. Wouldn't it be better if Taku died here? Kill Orihara Kozue. Kill Nishijo Takumi. That's the wish of both Sakihata, Rimi, and Takumi, isn't it? You're wrong!
違う
You're wrong!
私は
Taku, ow!
タクも
Before I knew it, the D-sword was in my hands. It was supposed to be on the ground, yet I was holding it.
私は
Ow! I felt the sensation of gouging flesh. I didn't know how I'd close the distance between me and Orihara-san, but when I looked, I saw that the D-sword I'd been holding in my hands had sunk deep into her delicate back. Wow! Rimi, you killed 2 people! I was resisting against a will of some kind. I had no intention of killing her. Or was this really my own will, my true nature? Orihara-san looked back at me with an empty expression on her face. Oh. Was it you? Because we can't catch a break? Yeah. Sakihata-san! It hurts! This is wrong. I don't want to kill her. If I don't stop, she'll... My D-sword wriggled and squirmed. As if it had a will on its own, it trembled with the joy of taking a life, the delight of bathing in blood. I frantically shook my head in denial. My D-sword's wings, its fangs, creaked loudly as they bored into Orihara-san's back. Even now, it was trying to gnaw into it and tear her apart. Stop! I said stop! I tried pulling it out, but I couldn't. I couldn't move. I couldn't, even let go of my sword. Orihara-san coughed up blood, and when it landed on my sword, dyeing it red... Stop! Can you hear my feet, clawing at my cardboard box? As if it was a pair of wings spreading, it twisted itself deep into Orihara-san's body and tore her apart. Blood burst into the air. The petite girl who had been alive just a second ago transformed into nothing but mere lumps of flesh. Crimson, illusionary feathers poured down around me. Yo, is that Wani? Hey! What were you doing? Hi, Wani. Also, welcome in Old Deuce. And free nachos, 8. Also, hi, Hoppy. I was singing about my love for you. No way. I freaking love Wani singing. You should check out her covers. They're so nice. She has a beautiful voice. And also, she draws really nice, too. Also, hey, Tevomato. Hello! Also, if you need to raid and run, that's okay. I know you're probably busy. Yeah, we're playing Chaos Head. I don't know about Comfy. 2 people just died. But yeah, hello raiders. Crimson illusionary feathers poured down around me. No! I didn't wish for any of this! Seeking desperately for someone to save me, I looked around. Taku was staring at me as if he'd seen a monster. I didn't! I didn't mean to kill them! I didn't mean to kill them at all! But I killed them anyway! Gulp. Yo, we're back in this gamer room. Okay, let me... Surely we're on Rimi route now. Oops. Yo, we made it, guys. Both Senna and Kozupi were dead. They died right before my very eyes, and Rimi had been the one to kill them. Right now, she was lying down on the sofa sleeping. After Kozupi had died, she'd started trembling, let out a scream, then immediately lost consciousness. Also, good night, Dino! 2 hours in, lol. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't get to the final ending. I do want to take a peek of it, or see what's going on with it, since the walkthrough was very vague of what the directions were for it. Right now she was lying down. Oh, I already read that, lol. I hadn't been able to stand up for a while from the shock. I've been scared shitless. My fear had kept building and building, and eventually I couldn't stand to look at Kozupi's bloody corpse any longer, so I got up, carried Rumi to my room, and shut us in. She would occasionally let out a pained moan, but no matter how many times I called her name, she wouldn't regain consciousness, so I just sat down, hugged my knees, and waited for Rumi to wake up. There wasn't much I could do about my trembling. Senna and Kozupi had just died after all. Unlike the new gen victims, they were far from being complete strangers. I knew them, talked to them, spent time with them. Just yesterday, the three of us had eaten crunchy coons together, Senna, Kozupi, and I. When I saw that photo of the three of us in it, I bit my lip. It didn't matter how much I wanted to forget it, that scene ripped straight from a nightmare played again and again in the back of my mind. Kozupi's vivid crimson blood, the slimy, sickly texture of the glistening bones sticking out from her body, her emotionless eyes that lost all light, and the indescribable fear and sickness I'd felt in the moment where I saw another person cease to be a person. The moment her slender body had been ripped apart, had been burned into my retinas. In that moment, I'd learned how frail people truly were. It felt like I was about to throw up, and if I did end up doing so, that would make it the 4th time I'd puked. Dang, he's keeping count. What had ended up happening to Senna? This was an 8-story building. Having fallen all the way from the roof, there was no way she'd make it out unscathed. She definitely died. The two of them were both dead. I couldn't believe it. It couldn't be real. It had to have been a dream, a nightmare. Yeah, that was the only explanation. Dying in such a horrific way. And if that wasn't already enough, it was Rumi who killed them. I didn't want to believe it. There was no way I could, but it was the truth. I didn't understand why Senna and Kozupi had suddenly turned hostile and tried to attack me. She had said something about ire too. It was probably had something to do with my essay from back when I was a kid, but I couldn't care less about that now. After that, Rumi had been revealed to be a gigalomaniac, something that honestly hadn't surprised me too much, but then she fought to protect me. She might have gone too far, but there was no way I was going to hold a grudge over that. Still, if things stayed like this, both Rumi and I would get caught by the police. Senna and Kozupi's corpses were just lying out there. Eventually someone would find them and notify the police. I couldn't get caught. As if I'd let that happen. I could just tell the truth. I hadn't killed anyone after all. Rumi had, and besides, Senna and Kozupi had attacked me first, so that had to count legally as self-defense. But I was well aware that none of that would work. Back when the crucifixion had happened, I'd almost been named the culprit. There was no doubt in my mind that it would go the exact same way this time. Moreover, I needed Rumi. If she didn't exist, if she wasn't here to protect me from the threat of Shogun, I would be completely fucked. So when I learned the truth that she was a gigalomaniac, I hadn't been horrified, and if anything, I'd welcomed it. She wasn't powerless. She wasn't just a naive high schooler. She was my ally, one who even wielded the power to protect me from Shogun. That was why I wanted her to wake up so badly, and sooner rather than later. I'd get her to erase Senna's and Kozupi's corpses with her delusion powers, and once she did that, the police would no longer be able to get us. Nobody had found their bodies yet, right? Holding back my urge to throw up, I looked at the door. Kozupi's bloody corpse was just outside and therefore unlikely to be found, but Senna's wasn't. Senna had fallen off the roof, meaning that someone could easily stumble upon what was left of her. That'd be the end if that happened. Seeing how Rumi wasn't waking up, I'd have to cover up their body somehow. Just the mere prospect terrified me. I didn't want to look at someone's corpse, and that wasn't even mentioning the fact that I knew them, which made it so much worse. Alright, cleanup crew. Even so, I desperately shook away my fears. And then I went outside. I had to ensure my and Rumi's safety. It was already dark out, leaving my surroundings very dim. I didn't even have the moon to help. The clouds were hiding it. Straining my eyes, I looked over to where Kozupi was lying. But I couldn't find it. I couldn't find Kozupi's tragic corpse. There's still a pool of blood, so I couldn't laugh it off as it was all just a dream plot twist, but her corpse was completely gone. What the? Starting to get really confused, I stuck my head over the edge of the roof and peered down at the street below. There was no one there, and Senna's corpse wasn't there either. There was clearly something down there, something I immediately understood to be a pool of blood, but that was it. No people, no corpse, nobody freaking out, nothing. Where had her corpse gone? The corpse had definitely been there after Rumi had lost consciousness, so Rumi couldn't have erased her with her Gigalomaniac powers. Then who could have? ISA? No, she was still hospitalized in Yoyogi. Then Shogun? But he was my enemy. There was no way he'd do something that would have benefited me. What the hell was going on? Feeling both vaguely anxious and incredibly relieved about the corpses disappearing, I let out a deep sigh. Then I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I was being watched. It was the usual mysterious gaze. Shogun, is that you watching me? Don't look at me! I ducked into my room. Hey. Rumi had gotten up. She was looking around the room with a vacant expression on her face. Guess she'd finally woken up, but what should I say to her? Killing Sen and Kozubi had been a pretty extreme shock to her. Then again, that was bound to happen if you killed someone. It wasn't like PKing in SO. She'd also said she didn't mean to, and I was sure that only made it worse. I didn't know what to say at a time like this, so in the end, I couldn't help but say nothing. Rumi looked at me, then tilted her head curiously. Where am I? Where's this? Uh-huh. Oh. She age regressed, guys. Who are you? Rumi was acting strange.
Rimi.
Rimi? What's wrong? Rimi? Who's Rimi? Is it me? But I'm not Rimi. What are you saying? Snap out of it? Best ending? Yo, put your diaper on. And wear this pacifier too. What are you saying? Snap out of it! My name is... I don't know! You're kidding. You're kidding, right? I pressed her for an answer. Nope, I'm not! When she said that, Rumi jumped into my arms and started clinging to me. She rubbed her cheeks against mine like she was some spoiled kid wanting attention. Having her so close to me and so suddenly at that, I started panicking. Rumi with a beaky would be kinda... Okay. Didn't realize we actually had an Asian Christian person in here. Is Rumi a cat? What the? I don't know. So, who are you? Are you my friend? You gotta be. Friends are people who are nice to me. Okay, low standards. You're not mad, are you? It makes me sad when people are mad. Also, pain makes me really sad too. I don't like it. Amnesia? Wait, he said it! Or maybe even some form of age regression? Guys, I wrote this game, by the way. I thought this kind of thing only happened in Eroge. I mean, I never even dreamed of actually running into a situation like this IRL. I mean, it's a real thing. I guess. Uh-oh, I skipped text. Sorry, I got too excited. The sheer amount Rumi had freaked out when she'd killed Kozupi wasn't normal. And... yeah, Jeffrey cry. Yeah, my mom's gonna come in and yell at me. All those who have become gigalomaniacs broke at some point in their lives. Wait. Playing the Jeffrey cry has its context for people. Where is it? Was there a normal amount to freak out when you kill somebody? I don't know. I feel like Remy's reaction is probably like normal. I don't know why he's overreacting. The people in the BG? The people is me. That's my stream in the background. When he was recording that, at least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's me talking. I live in Jeffrey's house. I'm in the walls. I remembered the late Senna's words. Rumi might have been broken once again. She killed her own heart and mind. Suddenly, those words came to mind. I couldn't quite remember where, but I had a feeling that someone had told me that before. Can you leave?
But it's warm in here.
What the unicorns? No. Sorry, I can't interact with anybody. That's a dude. If Rumi had killed her own mind from the shock of... What the... You wanna have a stroke? If Rumi had killed her own mind from the shock of having killed Kozupi and Senna, and I was talking to an entirely new personality she had created, I could understand why she was acting like a child. DID, dissociative identity disorder, also known as multiple personalities. You had accused me of having it. Obviously, I didn't have it, but maybe Rumi was suffering from it right now. This was all just speculation, of course. What I did know, though, was that the childlike Rumi in front of me from me. Oh, okay. Front of me now was nothing like the Rumi I knew. She wasn't the same girl who told me she'd stay by my side. The girl whose kindness had enveloped me. She was completely different now. No! He's not fucking with the age regression. I fell to my knees on the spot. I was overwhelmed with despair. As Rumi clung to me playfully, she peered at my face curiously. Her eyes were so serene, so beautiful. Purity overflowed from them. Purity that I couldn't stare back into. I was like, hi, Sinful. Hi, Mota. Sorry I'm late. Yeah, I'll apologize again. And then maybe I'll forgive Tasuka Mota-san this reading. Nier mention? Yeah. I got Nier on my mind. In a way, we were lucky that Senna and Kozupi's corpses had disappeared, but if Rin was like this, who was supposed to protect me now? It's over. Rumi, not that I knew whether or not to even call her that, had genuinely lost all her memories. I'm sorry, Mota. It won't happen again. If you say so, watch it happen tomorrow. Or, I don't have a stream tomorrow. I mean Friday. Friday during my early 4 p.m. stream. Guys, make sure to sleep up. Or, I suppose you could say this Rumi didn't have memories at all.
Is that my name? Rumi?
I'm gonna switch the baby voice because it fits. I'm sorry, but I was gambling IRL? Really? Like poker? Or pachinko? I don't know what people play.
Yes it is. Sakihata Rumi. Sakihata Rumi. Oh, so that's what it is.
Blackjack? Okay. I don't know how to play blackjack. Do you think I should learn? I should gamble all of my money.
Oh, yeah, that we need.
From the way she talked, you wouldn't think we were talking about her literal name. It's not hard to learn. I broke even. Okay, well, at least you know when to step out. Lol. Blackjack is actually pretty fun. Is it like Go Fish? If it's like Go Fish, then I might get angry. It was my first time and I was having so much fun. Poker's more fun. I don't know. I would have to dabble. But I feel like I would definitely not use real money. I feel like I'd get stressed out. It's exactly like Go Fish? Really? Wow. Go Fish kind of make me mauled though. When somebody takes takes 3 of my cards. My friend wants to teach me so we can do that next time. Do people actually have to do poker face in poker? It's exactly like it in an apples and oranges sort of way. I see. There are cards and you play them and sometimes you don't. Yes, your face gives a lot of A. I think I'd actually be abysmal at poker. Unless like I was mute in a different room and nobody could look at me and I'm also wearing a mask.
And you are? What's your name?
Smiling every time I get a decent card. Maybe things are looking up.
I'm Nishido Takumi.
Having to teach her something so basic like day one stuff was just thinking about where this was going to lead just left me feeling even worse than before.
Nishido Takumi. Nishido Takumi. Hi, Taku.
What?
Taku.
It was the same. Her nickname for me was the same. Well, how else are you supposed to give him a nickname? Talk.
Hey, Taku. My hands, they're all sticky.
The dry blood on her hands clung to her skin. The dark red discoloration on her was Kozubi's blood, or at least it should have been. Her corpse had vanished, but her blood still remained.
I don't like being all sticky.
Rumi looked pretty sad as she stared at her hands. I was reminded of Kozubi's smile and was hit with a horrible ache in my chest. Trying my best to hold myself together, I got a wet towel ready for her.
Here, show me your hands.
When I told her that, Rumi timidly held out both of her hands. Using the towel, I started cleaning the blood off of them. Every time I glanced at it, the previously white towel got redder and redder. To make sure I got it all off, I had to scrub kind of hard. As I wiped away the blood, making sure to get even between her fingers.
It tickles!
Rumi laughed cheerfully. She must have had no idea why she had blood on her hands. Well, wasn't she fucking acting carefree? You know what? Clean them yourself. Why should I have to babysit you? But there was no way I could actually say that. Rumi had tried her best to protect me, and because of that, regardless of whether or not it'd been intentional, she'd killed someone, and then her heart and mind had broken completely. So I couldn't just leave her to fend for herself. After all, I was also responsible for her being like this.
They're all clean now.
Uh-oh, Rumi made a stinky. Bruh. You know, of all the things that Rumi's route could have been, I wasn't expecting age regression. Especially, it's kind of crazy timing too, after this is my new bit, is babies. Is Sadie fetish content what I'm saying? They're all clean now.
Thank you. Wow, my hands are so sparkly now. I feel all squeaky clean.
She took my hands, intertwined her fingers with mine, then innocently shook them up and down. Bit is hard to believe now, not gonna lie. It's just funny, okay? I think it's funny. But, you know, whatever. It's chill. If you're not picking up what I'm putting down. It's not old yet? Yeah, it's new and fresh, guys. She seemed so happy, it was like she was a little kid. For some reason, her smile left me feeling wistful.
Hey, Remy, will you protect me?
Me asking the girl that was born 2 hours ago.
Protect? Well, what am I protecting? Me? I don't really know what that means. But since you're my friend, you'll be nice to me anyway, right? So, I'm glad you're here being with me, Taku.
It was no use. There was no point to talking to her anymore. The Remy who was supposed to protect me wasn't there anymore. She's only 15 minutes old. Wife? Child bride? Allah, hi, it's Riggs. Welcome in. I hung my head. Remy wasn't supposed to be here. Where was her house? She needed to get home. I thought of reaching out to her family, but I couldn't find anything among her stuff with their contact information. If I went to school, the teachers there would most likely know her address. Problem was, it was already fairly late, so I wouldn't be able to get in to ask. Actually, now that I think about it, I didn't really know much about Remy. Where did she live? How big was her family? When was her birthday? What was her favorite food? I didn't know anything about her, and because of that, there was nothing I could do for her.
Taki!
Remy called my name as she pulled on the hem of my shirt.
Hey, Taku!
I'm hungry! I'm hungry. Feed me. What time was it? It was already dark outside and also dinner time. Fortunately, I didn't have any spare food here. I would have to go buy something. What do you want to eat? Had she also forgotten about food due to her memory loss? Did she not know what different kinds of foods there were? What they tasted like?
I want some soba.
I love soba.
I like soba a lot.
Wait, she's literally me? I started acting like a baby on stream. You do? You've been training for this episode? True? Yeah. Why? Have you eaten it before?
I haven't eaten before? I don't think so. But I like soba a whole lot.
Oh, what was going on? Was she starting to regain her memories? Or was her previous self's sense of taste the only thing she remembered? She got her memories back, I'd be saved. For the time being though, I had to go to the supermarket to buy some soba. Remy, wait here. Don't leave this room no matter what. You hear me?
Okay.
Bishi. Wait. Honestly, this is kind of moe, guys. Like, Takumi's trying so hard. I tentatively struck the pose that the previous Remy had done all the time. I put one hand up against my head as if I was saluting her. Maybe this would make Remy remember. That was my train of thought at least, but...
Bishi?
What's that? They're so cool! Never one Takumi fan? Low key though? He's the father that stepped up? True. She can no longer be our girlfriend. She's our daughter now. She had no idea what I was doing. Her eyes were sparkling with curiosity, not recognition. So, incredibly embarrassed, I bolted out of the room. Family hasn't stopped him before? Wait. Low-key true? This look came making me kind of sad? No, for real though. Like, him trying to make her remember. Also, hi, Reniclius. Hi. I'll call you Rini because it's short. He sees Remy as his daughter. Yeah, just forget the sexual situations they were in prior to this. Just as I thought, Senna and Kozubi's corpses had disappeared. If there were any police around, then it would be possible that there had been witnesses, but if there weren't, that would mean that no one had found them. In other words, we might have had some time before we were found out. Of course, I wasn't just wary of the police, but Shogun too. He could show up completely out of nowhere at any time, so I paid extremely close attention to any shadows where he could have been lurking in. Rin is okay too? Okay, fire? Even shorter? Thankfully, I didn't feel God's gaze at the moment, but even then, I didn't want to go out at night. Darkness scared me. And when I walked through the deepest parts of that darkness, I could finally see the scene of the dead Kozupi and Senna starting to form. Their bodies, mutilated and disfigured, slowly took shape. I quickly averted my eyes and hurried to the supermarket, keeping my eyes trained on my feet. Once I got back to my base, I got the portable stove and started boiling the water for the soba. Surprised it's actually cooking it instead of getting like pre-cooked and like in a plastic thing. Oh boy, a stretch. Thanks. My container, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll stand up every single time I have a stretch redeem. Cause guys, it's not good to stay sitting for hours at a time. I start getting butt pains. Oh. So let's not do that. Okay, I stood. That's good enough. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, just don't redeem it too often. Your ass might get too fat, girl. Wait. Yeah, I need to stop pancaking my booty. I need to be nice and bubble. My container didn't exactly have any form of ventilation, and there was flammable shit everywhere, so it was honestly pretty dangerous. Not a bad thing though. Smile's really big. Yeah. House stands out too. Wow. Let's get healthy together, guys. Putting a hole in my chair so the gravity makes my ass fat. You don't gotta do that. Remy. Oh, sorry. Regardless, I went ahead and tossed the soba into the pot. Instant noodles, of course. Remy was staring at the noodles with a spark of curiosity in her eyes.
Yeah, that's how you make soba!
Kozabi's pool of blood was still there. It was practically all dried up now, and since it was nighttime, it just looked like some weird black stain. Gravity BBL? Yeah. I broke down all the empty cardboard boxes I'd piled up and set them over the top of it. I knew it wouldn't solve the problem, but I still didn't want to see it if I could help it. Lol, that voice. It's her age regression voice. She usually sounds different, but now that she's like this, I have to change it up.
Taku, the bloody spoon!
When I heard her say that, I went back to check the stove. It was boiling pretty intensely, and it was on the brink of overflowing, but instead of doing anything about it, she just kept saying, "Turn off the burner!" Rumi tilted her head, then turned the dial on the stove the wrong way.
It's being everywhere!
What? Allow me my ass! I frantically pushed Remy aside and turned off the burner. There was hot water everywhere. It shouldn't have really mattered. As long as it was edible, she shouldn't have cared too much about how it tasted or its texture. So I took the pot, drained the water from it, and immediately rinsed the soba noodles, though it was worth noting that I'd only done so because the instructions told me to, and not because I was some master soba chef. Oh, thanks for the clarification. Did you like it hot or cold? Cold! I plopped the noodles into a bowl, then poured in the base I'd brought as well. All I had for toppings was some green onion. I chopped it up to make a decent garnish, and then it was ready to go. Wait, low-key, my stream on Friday? Oh, her voice is actually so high. Yeah. Guys, the foreshadowing that I've done prior to this chapter. Guys, we have the cooking stream, and then we also have the age regression. It's all coming together. I took Ruby back to my room in a hurry. I'd leave the cleaning for tomorrow when it was bright outside. For right now, I wanted to spend as little time as possible outside, especially since there was the faint smell of blood out there. The summer of Mozart starts now. It's true. It felt as if Senna and Kozuki could show up even now. They'd be drenched in blood, and then they'd start walking toward me like zombies. Sure, that was more based in a cult than reality, but it still scared me nonetheless. Age regression introduced to vocal cord like crack. Yeah, I'm doing it in the what's it called? Man, I forgot the word. Vulnerable neighborhoods. Age regressing during cooking is a play. That'd be crazy. Me like chopping with the the knife. I don't know how to chop the. I don't know how to chop the cabbage. I feel like that actually just be a rage fate. It's okay, I won't do it. Go. It felt as if Senna and Kozubi. Oh, I already read this. Lol.
Hey, Taku, can I eat now? Can I?
Think of the impressions you get though. Yeah, I only make it a content farm. White knuckling my desk the whole stream. Yeah, why am I streamer already playing the clip farm? I can't help it. I start getting view hungry after the other shorts did so well. It was pretty clear that Rumi didn't have any of the intense worries I had. Actually, maybe it was precisely because of those things that she changed to an entirely new personality in order to completely erase the memory of having killed people. Yeah, I got the businesswoman mindset. I'm the Pokimane of YouTubing. Go ahead.
Yay, thank you, Taku!
She then grabbed the chopsticks I'd given her. She was holding them like they were a fork though, and instead of using them, she stuck her mouth on the edge of the bowl and started slurping it up directly. Yo, is your kitchen? Yeah, I don't care what anyone says. That's how Lolly eats. Thank you very much. She must have even forgotten how to hold chopsticks correctly. She'd also forgotten how soba was made and how to turn off a simple stove, and yet she remembered that it was polite to thank people for making stuff for you. Can we go back to shit jokes? Okay. August reels is foreshadowing? Wait. It was a disturbance in the forest. I was a CIA agent that introduced it. I'm sorry. I feel like what was the first age regression mention? Because I know it was prior to you getting TikToks of it. Can we keep the age regression bit for at least another week? It's going strong. I can't stop. I keep going until people start getting worried, and then I get marshmallows being like, Mota, I don't like the direction you're headed. It has to end before off, guy. Wait, I show up in a diaper? Hey guys. And then I wear the bonnet and the binky. I only remember someone saying that I was making baby noises. Lol. You gonna attract a different fan base? Yeah, maybe I'm not ready for that. I don't want to play with fire. Don't even mention it, just hear a crinkling when you walk around. Hey guys, y'all hear that? Wait, what's a good folly for? Well, I mean that's just obviously a bag sound. I can't do it. It's chill though. I'm not gonna actually make it happen. The squish down. Do you guys smell that? Go to the bathroom.
Not yet.
Maybe that was the beginning. The guy that pooped himself clip, and like the mom coming in to tell him to go take a poop in the bathroom. If you see her standing in the corner with a straight face, you know what she's doing? That's crazy. I never poop in not a toilet. Guys, I have low-key... Does anyone have distant memories of their training toilet? I do. It was green. Honestly, I don't know how from how long ago that was. Isn't that crazy though? When do people start using the toilet like a normal person? Also, hi Leo. 2 and 3? I think I remember mine too. I did it day 1. Okay. You like fall in the toilet. I think I wasn't till 4 though. Hashtag late bloomer. Bro has a development issues. I'm kidding. You probably don't. Wait, I feel like I might have been a late bloomer for walking. Do you know that baby's first poop is supposed to be green? I didn't know that. Thanks for letting us know. My training toilet was a straight up bucket? That's crazy. A bucket? I don't know. Anyone else still breastfeed? No, I don't remember being breastfed. I don't have memories that far back. The only thing my parents tell me about being a baby is that I was really violent. Oh. Foreshadowing. The formula is what did it to me. Did what? I remember having to use a bucket when I went to Mexico. Like, as a toilet, just like, for everybody, or... I don't know. The formula gives what? Maybe that was her understanding of the word around her had regressed. Oh. Maybe, okay. Of the world, okay.
I can't do it.
Huh?
I can't eat it.
Rui was getting frustrated at her own inability to properly eat the soba. And I mean, considering how she was trying to go about it, of course she wouldn't be able to. Why'd you start talking about babies? Yeah, Rumi age regressed. That's actually her route. Where I was so fat as a baby, they had to cut me out of the plastic baby tub. What? Like you got stuck in there? Bruh. Also, hi, Nier.
Feed me.
What did you just say? Was she for real? Was she asking me to feed her? I felt like I was her babysitter at this point, or perhaps a dad. But having a daughter at the same age as me, oh god, I don't know if I can handle that.
Thank you.
She pleaded with her puppy dog eyes, and since I couldn't really say no to those, I let out a sigh and gave in. What, to act like this? Only on the low key though. Only because I think it's funny, okay? Wait, this route's kind of awesome. Honestly, it kind of is so far. This might be like a personal opinion of like how I prefer character routes to be, but I hate it when there's like other people that get like too much attention in them. Rumi got more to her than we thought. True. I don't know. I guess I like the premise of like being stuck together. And like, yeah. Watch him get freaky. Yo, putting the soba on my wiener as soon as she eats it. Just kidding. That's messed up. Here. Say, wouldn't the sauce make more sense? No, I have to wrap it around like spaghetti. Your BF is always gonna be wild. Yeah. Did he bury? No, don't say all that. Also, hi, cocaine, if I didn't say already. Rumi took the soba I was holding out to her in her mouth. Then she started chewing it with a smile on her face. She seemed to really like it.
It's really yummy.
Glad to hear it. Suddenly a thought crossed my mind. A laid-back, relaxing life with a 3D girl, that was definitely what I was looking for. A life with no overly dramatic Eroke-esque plot points, not having to worry about the heroine's emotional baggage, not having to worry about having feelings for each other yet being too afraid to speak up, and not having to worry about getting dragged into a murder case. A life that you wouldn't find in books or video games, and yet I had a feeling that was what I really wanted. And that very life was actually unfolding right before my very eyes. Not only that, but Rumi was with me too. Being honest with myself, Rumi was cute. She said she would protect me, and I too wanted to stay with her forever if I could. But this was all fake. A lie! This life wouldn't last, and Rumi wasn't Rumi. Our time would be far too short-lived, far too fleeting. And the thought of it made me feel sad, wistful, and empty. His ideal world was Usagi drop. Lol. Come back. Rumi, come back, please. I couldn't help but whisper those words. You got mail, you big dumb. I was taken back by surprise. I'd heard Seraton's voice come from my PC. I just received an email from someone. Was it Shogun? I had a bad feeling about this. This couldn't be good. I didn't want to look.
Don't look at me.
I felt the gaze. Someone was looking at me. It felt even more evident than usual. I looked around me, but there was no one else besides me and Rimi in this room. My hand had stopped, and because of that, Rimi was finding hard to try and wrestle the soba into her mouth. She wasn't looking at me, which meant that there was no one else it could have possibly been. I don't even need to ask whose eyes are those eyes. Wheat! Groaning, I headed for the PC and checked my inbox. Awaken. From Shogun. I'd only received one email, and the sender was Shogun. Shit! What was he plotting now? Was he gonna kidnap Nanami for real this time instead of just faking it? Or maybe he was really gonna come and kill me directly once and for all. The fear made all of my hair stand on end. The chills on my nape of my neck grew even stronger. I didn't feel so good, and my head was starting to hurt somewhat. Don't look at me! With trembling fingers, I clicked the mouse and opened the email. Bro, he didn't write anything. Huh? There was nothing written on it, or in it. It was only the subject line which read awaken. There was nothing written in the body. Awaken? What do you mean by that? Was he telling me to awaken as a gigglomaniac? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Stop fucking with me! It's scaring me that much goddamn fun for you! I was angry, but at the same time, I wanted to fend off the fear lurking deep inside me. I hit the keyboard hard with my hands. Yo. Static came from the speakers. Had I clicked something by accident? Token typing awaken and thinking he has aura? Oh. What? I'd heard something. Mixed in with all the static, I'd heard something. I hurriedly checked my PC. The MP3 player wasn't running, and there weren't any videos playing in my browser. I thought maybe Shogun's email had included some kind of virus, but there was no files attached to it. Again, I'd heard again. It was getting hard to breathe. Drops of sweat ran down my forehead. Oh, I could just turn off the sound. If I did that, I'd stop hearing this extremely weird static. I opened the sound settings on the bottom corner with the mouse. Then I checked the option to mute everything in the volume mixer. Once I did that, I wouldn't hear anything. I wouldn't have to listen to that static, nor anything resembling a voice within the static. I was extremely tired, freaked out, but of course I was. It had only been 2 hours since 2 people I knew had died right in front of me. Not to mention the weird stuff I'd seen at the hospital when I'd gone to visit ISA, or the strange calls from Nanami. So I had to just be mishearing something a bit the static, right? Waken! A voice. There's no time left! Was coming from the speaker. Soon, the third bell will occur. I clearly heard it. It was him. That'd been Shogun's voice. The same voice that'd been talking to me at Scribble Crossing. Why? I muted, didn't I? I know I did. Thank you. What's that turd, Mel? Yo, poop mention? Wait, it's actually me. I am Rimi. Time to have pink hair now. Rimi, acting just as if she had been for the past couple hours, tilted her head as she looked at me with innocent eyes. I came up close to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shook them. Rimi, please pull yourself together. Who hired you to write this? I was low on money, you guys. Ow! That hurts! Say it'll protect me. I can't take this alone. At this rate, he's gonna kill me. Don't hurt me. I don't blame you for what happened. But if you're not there for me, I'm done for. Please. Your neck pain. Tears trickled down her face. I was scaring her. Every couple seconds, her shoulders trembled. I slowly let go of her. Please! Wake up! Oh. The floor started shaking violently, an earthquake. It was bigger than the last one. I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst open. It felt like my ears were being pierced by thousands upon thousands of needles, as though my brain was being stirred into mush by a blender. And then... Gulp. I was hit by an enormous impact, and a blinding light dyed my vision completely white. I was awash with an elusive feeling of being immersed in lukewarm water. The waves gently rocked me back and forth as I drifted along its surface. As I slowly opened my eyes, a vibrant blue sky spread out before me. It feels almost like I could fall into it. It was a rather strange sky, the sun nowhere to be seen. Even though I was supposed to be in my room, even though it was supposed to be nighttime. When could I have possibly gone outside? What could have possibly turned it today? With the last earthquake, I had been out for more than an hour. Maybe this time I had been unconscious for the entire night, I thought to myself. I remember the earthquake's tremendous impact, yet another elusive feeling hit me. Like the tremors were resonating with the very blood coursing through my veins, threatening to burst open from the inside. Maybe this is heaven? Maybe I died in that earthquake. Heaven, huh? There was no way an otaku freak like me would go to heaven. That wasn't even mentioning how I hadn't even been able to save my own little sister, how I'd been the worst possible brother to her, how I made Remy kill Senna and Kozupi. Hell would be a far more fitting place for someone like me, although obviously I'd choose heaven if I could. My body didn't feel quite right. I was being overwhelmed by a sensation of walking on top of a fluffy cloud. I couldn't quite understand it. But regardless of how I felt, I forced myself to get up. Gulp. The feeling of being rocked by the waves hadn't simply been my imagination after all. This was a world with a never-ending surface of crystal clear water. A world where, no matter where I looked, blue filled my view. And I had been right in the middle of it, lying down. Or was I? Was this really heaven? But I felt like I'd seen the scenery before. That sky. Where is it? A voice resounded within my mind, a voice which rose from the depths of my memories. Right, I remember now. I'd seen it in a dream before. Remy had been there. I talked to her as she looked up at the blue sky, her face clearly one of holding back tears. Was I seeing the same dream as I had back then? But no matter where I looked, there was no one other than me. There was no one here, not even Remy. It was far too reposeful. Remy? I tried calling her name, but my words were entirely mute, and yet, even without sound, they created ripples across the calm surface of water. Are you there? Sound was a series of vibrations, and those vibrations in turn created waves. Among those waves, just like I had been a few moments ago, there was someone lying down. I stood up, my field of view expanded. The one drifting along the waves was Remy. She was so unbelievably pale, she appeared as if she was dead. Her eyes were closed, and both of her hands were resting gently on her chest. And she simply stayed that way, facing up to the sky, not even moving a single inch. Remy, wake up! Even though I called out to her, she didn't react. She was dead. I knew that for certain. But it wasn't just her. The world itself was dead. And so I just stood there, not knowing what to do. Blunk. Right at that very moment, Remy's prone body gradually sank beneath the surface of water. Beneath the surface of the water. Oh, beneath the surface of... Oh, okay, never mind. As soon as I realized what was happening, she had already been completely submerged. How was I standing on top of the water at all, I wondered. Curious, I fixed my gaze below the water's surface. Beyond it, there was only darkness. The sky was so bright, and yet, even though the water was so clear, below it, there was only an eternal darkness that seemed to swallow all, and Remy, still lying on her back, was slowly sinking farther into its depths. I had to go after her. I need to wake her up. But as soon as that thought crossed my mind, even though I had been able to stand on the water until then, all support suddenly disappeared out from under me. Oh. I sank. My body grew heavier with each passing second. It was like I was underwater, but it wasn't as though I couldn't breathe. The water was very warm too. I just wanted to drift within this comfortable sensation for all of eternity. That was the way it made me feel. Bruh. This black screen making me look at how dirty my screen is. Well, yo, are those specs the CG or is that my my desktop? If I had to give an example, rather than ocean water, it was more like amniotic fluid. This very well might have been how a fetus felt inside its mother's womb. Wait, I can see the specs too. We're sharing a delusion? Yeah, I'm immersed. I thought the darkness continued forever, but in truth, there was a bottom to it. It was so dark, I couldn't even see my feet. I simply felt an odd, sticky sensation on my soles. Yo? I stood in the middle of the darkness. When I looked up, I found I could no longer see the surface. That blue sky, too, had been veiled completely by the darkness. The sole source of light was a single ray that descended down from above like a thin thread. Much like a spotlight would, it pointed to a single place. Wait, I feel an odd, sticky sensation on my soles, too? Yo, get your foot out of your mouth. And yet, unlike a spotlight, there was nothing beneath it to be illuminated. It only lit up a meaningless spot. Nervously, I stepped into the light. It was ever so faint and gentle, but the moment I bathed in it, my chest began to ache. What was the sensation? It felt almost as if I could cry at a moment's notice, as if my heart itself was being rended. That was the sensation that overtook me. Where could Remy be right now? And after sinking all the way down here, relying on the faint light source alone, I made my way out from beneath the spot of light, then searched the darkness. Soon my toes hit something soft and yielding. I kneeled down, and this time I tried touching it with my hand. What I felt was so cold, it was capable of freezing my very fingertips. Little by little, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and before long, I realized something. I was touching a person lying collapsed on the ground, Remy. Okay, wait, her dress is kind of cute. Wake up! I tried shaking her. Remy, wake up! But there was no reaction. Okay, and then, like the little ribbon choker? Wait. Ribbon choker? Yo, I have one of those! Yo, self-insert? She wasn't breathing. Taking her feeble hand, I measured her pulse. She was dead. That's gonna be me soon. She had no pulse whatsoever. Dismayed, I strained my eyes to examine the surrounding darkness, only to find that she wasn't the only one. Hey. Countless other Remies were collapsed on the ground, almost as if this place were a burial ground. And every single one of them was dead. This was a graveyard, the graveyard of her heart. That was how it felt to me. Suddenly, countless bubbles sprang forth before my eyes, and within each and every one of them, I could see different visions being displayed. An instinctive realization came to me, and I knew then that these were Remy's dead memories. My first memory was one of falling rain with gloomy leaden clouds overcasting the sky. Wait, potential fan art? True? Yo, who gonna do it for me though? How long ago had that been? It was around the time I was just an elementary schooler, maybe 6 years ago. Didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. In it, I saw my dad, whose head had been blown away, and my mom, who had been crushed completely by steel right next to me. Even though only a moment prior we had all been celebrating inside the car, happy as could be about our family trip. Yo, car crash? An enormous truck had closed in on us, and before I knew what was happening, the car I had been in completely flattened. I had been struck by an intense pain, and my consciousness began to grow blurry, feeling as if my very body was being torn apart. The sharp squeal of brakes played an endless refrain for my ears. My next memory was of a radiant light shining down on an operating table and a man's voice. I wondered how long ago that was. It was right after losing my parents, maybe 5 years ago. Didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. I was told by your doctor that you see something akin to a sword. Can you hear me? San. I had a feeling someone had called my name, but I could no longer recall what exactly that name was, for it was now a dead name. It seems as though your wounds have not yet healed. I imagine having your parents die before your very eyes must have been quite the shock. Well, I am more than satisfied with only being heard. I am... Oh! Sorry. I am Norsei Genshi's honorary director of AH Tokyo General Hospital, as well as one of its sponsors. You are here because there exists the possibility of you being a Gigulomaniac. And by all means, I wish for you to awaken that power. Fortunately, you have no more existing relatives, so we should not experience any troublesome guests knocking at our door. Is he just your friends? He's supposed to be friends? With that said, beginning today, you shall be treated as deceased from this moment forward. You shall spend your days in this basement. You needn't fret. No one knows of this room but I. So as I beseech you, put your utmost into awakening. I have high hopes for you. You are a guinea pig, and I will take the full liberty of enacting various experiences on you in order to determine what is necessary to awaken the powerful unawakened. I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling, for I hated the dark more than anything. Yo, rate my French accent? Just kidding, don't do that. My next memory too was of a radiant light shining down on an operating table and a man's voice. Sacre bleu. 10 out of 10? Wow. Solid 7? Okay. I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I lost all sense of time. Didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. Oh. Is she getting whipped? Stock whip sound. How very perseverant you are, young lady. Mademoiselle. Your back is full of lacerations, with blood pouring out in every direction imaginable, and yet you resist. Why is that? As I have told you many times, if you simply do away with this struggling and awaken, you will be at peace. He like lost his accent. Oh. I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more. What happens if you're 2 minutes late to stream? Hi, they do this to me all the time. My next memory too was of a radiant light shining down on an operating table and a man's voice. I wonder how long ago that was. Having been locked in a basement, I had lost all sense of time. Didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. Oh.
痛いですか?
Is it painful? I am merely cutting the surface of your skin. As much as it will bleed, it will be not enough to kill you. If we leave it untreated for 3 days, it will suppurate and then the itching should be in earnest. That is what the real experiment begins. But please worry not. I am Doctor, and one that is more than capable of handling a scalpel. Scalpel! Let's see, about 10 locations should suffice. I continue to stare physically at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed and it would soon all be over without me having to see anymore. That's the shit they were doing to Mota. It's true. Don't you guys feel bad for me? That's what happens when I'm late. I'm busy getting beat. My next memory too was of a radiant light shining down on operating table and a man's voice. Okay, this is the same. Well, except this. Itchy! Wait! This is me? Yo, and she's itchy? Bruh. Doesn't sound itchy. Well, we're just gonna believe. Hey, itchy, so itchy. Ah! Is that so? Does it itch so? But I'm afraid that despite this affliction, you may not scratch it. They clocking you so bad. Poop, age, regressing, itchy. What the fuck? That's literally you. Yeah. Itchy. Humans are quite the interesting creatures. They can handle pain to a surprising extent, but that's the same does not apply to any form of itching. To this end, rather than pain, utilizing itching may prove far more effective for shattering one's psyche. Itchy! Next thing, not gonna let her sleep. Yeah, you have to stay up until 8 a.m. every single day. She took a shower, bruh. Guys, I think maybe it was just that it was the shock of taking a shower, and then now that I'm regularly taking showers, I don't itch anymore. But also it could be that I changed my bed sheets. Lol. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it's the same text. And then I killed my own self. Oh, foreshadowing? For a motoberry? Just kidding. I would never do that. Everything that happens to Rimi will happen to me. I'm going to get tortured on an operating table. My next memory too was of a radiant light in the same text. Oh. I suppose this constitutes as common whatever.
Comminuted.
Fracture of the upper left arm. It means reduced to minute particles or fragments, or producing multiple bone splinters. That's what it means. So think you still have yet to awaken. What could I possibly be missing? We shall leave today's experiment here. Please rest well in my absence. I use that word all the time. Reducing you to ash and dust. I continue to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling, for if I did so, my vision... And then I killed my own self. I commute people at Mahjong with my monster hands. Okay. It's giving learning vocab words of the week and then having to use it in a sentence. My next memory too. Okay, it's the same. Oh. This stream is flabbergasting me. Is it spelled like that? Flabbergast? Yo, what is this? Waterboards you? Oh my god, it is! Waterboarding is a form of torture the CIA used up until very recently. It is the most simple and effective technique to best cause great distress in your subjects. Oh, they're showering her. With just a small amount of water, it is possible to inflict you with the illusion that you are drowning. Despite it originating quite a long time ago, the classic method of torture is still used today in the 21st century. Yeah, it's what it feels like every time I take a shower. Don't you find that rather interesting or fascinating? Blunk, 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 blunk. I continue to stare fixedly at the lights. Okay. And then she killed herself again. Was it trying to drink water from her mug? True? Okay. Despite this being my first time administering anesthesia, I would say it went quite well. How do you feel? You are now in a state of paralysis from the neck down. Not being able to freely move one's body can lead to an accumulation of stress. I'm sure you can imagine why this might be. To begin, let's try having you remain in this state for about a year. Oh. I will be nourishing you daily via IV, so fear not. Well then, I wish you a wondrous year. Bruh. I continue to stare at the light. Oh. Wait, sorry, I skipped text though. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like a pair of wings, and then I killed my own self. Dingo training? Yeah. It's hard work to be a fan of Motoberry. You really have to push yourself. My next memory was of a radiant light above an operating table and nothing more. I wonder how long ago that was, having been locked in the basement. I had lost all the sense of time. Yeah? Wow. No matter how many times I called out, no one came for me. Nothing moved. I couldn't move anything, not even twitch of a finger. I simply stared vacantly at the light hanging from the ceiling. There was nothing else I could do. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like feathers floating about, and then I killed my own self. Oh, it's getting a little darker. Hello? Hello? Fades to white. My next memory too was of a radiant light and nothing else. Tingle lobotomy episode. Yeah. Okay. She's staring at the ceiling. There's nothing else I could do. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like feathers, and then I killed myself. Okay. Okay, she doesn't know what's going on. Also, Ragnar, thanks for following me. Was a truly hideous sight. You have spent one entire year time lying there. How do you feel? Covered in your own feces, reduced to nothing but skin and bones, and robbed of your very dignity. How does that make you feel? That is what I ask. Though I must say, please worry not. I will not kill you. It has been about 3 years since this experiment began. I've grown so immensely fond of you, I can hardly contain myself. You are an irreplaceable subject to me. Forcibly awakening a gigalomaniac is extremely difficult and takes quite a long time. Even still, I need you to awaken quickly. I have high hopes for you, Bidbibi-san. I continue to stare fixedly at the lights. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like feathers fluttering down together with a pair of wings, and then I killed my own self. What number was my current self? I know, I wasn't counting. That's enough. Make it stop, please. To think there was such a tragic past behind Rimi's smile. I took one of Rimi's corpses that was lying on the ground and brought it close to my chest. It was terribly cold, and I could tell it was devoid of a soul. But even so, I needed her. Why want you here with me, Rimi? And then I then wished and crafted a delusion. Wake up. Please wake up, Rimi. You're the only one who can save me. I know this is selfish of me, but I need you to protect me. I know this is presumptuous of me, even though I'm a total loser. I feel like I can change if I'm with you. So please, wake up, Rimi! Girl, wake up! It's 5 p.m. The next thing I knew, I found myself in the blue-filled world once again. Waves ran across the surface of water, and then slowly rising up from the depths. Good morning. Or countless Rimis. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were standing still as could be on top of the water. Eventually, they started moving. However, they didn't do so using their legs, but simply glided across the water. One Rimi then overlapped with another, and the same one overlapped with yet another one. The Rimis are merging together! Dumbfounded, I just stood there and watched. Eventually, there were only 4 of them left than 2. And then the last 2 Rimi slowly melded together and became one. She's an amoeba. Hey! Her eyes opened. She's opacity 100 now. True. And then she looked at me. Could this Rimi have been the one I knew, that Rimi, or was it an entirely different one? I didn't know. I was afraid to call her name, so I waited for her to say something. But instead of speaking, she showed me a warm smile. Oh. Bishi! Raising her hand to her head, she struck her usual pose. Rimi? Is that really you? Yeah. Rimi nodded, and then she embraced me. I buried my face on her chest. The feeling of her soft, supple breasts spread across my cheeks. Gravity soon disappeared, and the 2 of us began drifting along the blue. Oh. Hey. I heard your voice, Taku. Wake up, Rimi. He cried out to me. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. With her still lying on the ground, Rimi held me gently as she stroked my hair. I couldn't describe how wonderful that felt. It was as if the very essence of all her kindness and warmth was enveloping me. It reminded me of how I felt when my mom hugged me back when I was a kid, how safe I'd felt in her arms. I wanted to stay like this forever, but at the same time, I wanted to confirm for myself that she was really Rimi, so I turned my head just enough to look at her face. Are you crying? For me? You're such a crybaby, Taku. Even with that horrific past behind her, she still had the brightest smile. I remembered everything, you know? All the countless things I erased by killing my own self so many times before now. But I wonder if it would be easier if I didn't remember. Rumi? Rumi, despite looking like she was about to cry, still made an effort to show a smile. She entwined her fingers with my hair. Hey. Do you want a kiss? Okay. Yo, sweet. Hashtag scored? Before I knew it, my chin had forcibly been raised slightly. A captivating aroma filled me and something warm and tender pressed up against my lips. No longer kidding, talking to me. Unfortunate. Right before me was her face. Her eyes were closed. I could feel her soft breaths. So this was a kiss. So sweet and so pleasant. It felt like my brain itself was turning to mush. From just a kiss alone, my heart was filled with love for her. And a talking freak like me depended on her so, yet even still, desired her everything. I closed my eyes and engraved that sensation in my memories. Yo, where are they at though? Oh. Good morning. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the room. Rumi was lying down on the floor, with me still in her embrace. Slowly she parted from my lips. I'm back. Yeah. Rumi was acting shy, something I found incredibly cute. Our eyes met. The two of us were blushing hard. Had girls' bodies always been the soft? 3D for the win? Finally, even I got a real girlfriend. Nobody would ever call me an unpopular otaku freak ever again. Seems like you can do it too. Maybe. I did promise I'd protect you after all. You'll protect me? I will. I'll protect you, Takumi, and Nana-chan. What was she trying to say? Ignoring my confusion, Rumi averted her gaze from me and looked up at the ceiling. Before, I had Takumi save my heart. And now, I've had Taku rescue my heart. So this time, I'll be the one who protects you too. I still didn't understand what she meant by Taku and Takumi, but what I did know was that if she was there to protect me, I wouldn't need to worry about anything anymore. She was a Gigglemaniac maniac and she would keep me safe. No matter what Shogun had asked her to do, she'd be able to pull it off. As long as I was with her, that'd be enough for me. I'll try my absolute hardest. I'll try my hardest to atone for my sins and also to return the favor I owe you both. Atoning for her sins? Was she talking about what she had done to Senna and Kozupi? But that had been legitimate self-defense. She hadn't had a choice, and that should have been how she thought about it. But what felt far more strange to me was how she said you both. Who else did she mean? So, I need you to sleep for now, Taku. Oh. I could feel the vibrations coming from her body at every word. Even now, her fingers were still stroking my hair. I felt so at peace and so very sleepy. Reveling in the happiness of falling asleep in her arms, I closed my eyes. Wake up, Taku! She's gonna ding-dong ditch! By the time Sakihata Rimi left the container, the world around her had changed beyond recognition. A city of death. That was the most fitting description. Countless buildings littering her surroundings had collapsed, and those that had avoided such a fate had deep cracks ripping through them. The third melt. I never would have thought it'd be this huge. We were too late! Norosei Geiichi moved Noah 2 into full-scale operation earlier than expected! Hey. Following that voice, a boy on a wheelchair appeared before her. This old building was not wheelchair accessible, and yet, despite the fact that it should have been impossible for someone in a wheelchair to ascend to the roof on their own, there he sat. But Rumi showed no signs of being surprised by his appearance.
元の君に戻ったみたいだね。
It looks like you've returned to your former self.
元の私なんて
There's no such thing as my former self. It's more like I'm back to the person that Taku wished for.
タクがそう望んでく
And
れ
the
た
fact
こ
that
とは
Taku did wish for me to come back, I can't explain how happy it made me.
嬉しかったけど
Why he kind of green? He's like rotting away.
彼はまた理想度なしで力を使った。
He used his power without a D-sword again.
もう少し追い込めば
If we push him just a little bit further, he can awake.
タクのことは
It's okay.
そっとして
You can leave Taku alone. Cutting his words short, Rumi spoke with an intense conviction.
ノア2は
I'll take care of Noah too.
ナナちゃんも
I'll save Nana-chan.
あなたも
And I'm not gonna let you die either.
君一
Why is
人じゃ
Green Guy Mickey?
ノロセに対抗はできな
Because
い。
he's youthful at heart. You can't face Norosei alone.
それに
And
前か
as
ら
I've been saying for so long, you deserve a normal life.
タクとね
Well, here's the thing.
約束
I made a promise with Taku. Looking up to the overcast clouds, Rumi gave a fleeting smile.
私が
I promised I would protect him.
タクのことだから
So, I've gotta
行
go.
くねビシッ
Fishy!
リミ
Rumi! Walking past the boy in the wheelchair, Rumi proceeded down the stairs, and the boy, deciding not to follow her, or rather being unable to, sank deeply into his wheelchair and let out a great sigh.
自分を
You're planning to sacrifice yourself for me?
リミ
Oh. Yo, when my first GF kills herself? No way, right? Well, I guess this is Rumi ending. Surely the true route is the one that nobody dies. Noah 2, the bringer of calamity, or perhaps the creator of a utopia for humanity. Whichever it was, it meant nothing to Rumi. Whichever it was something Rumi had to destroy. Noah 2's location was already known to her, a mutual recognition silently yet tactfully placed into the people's consciousness. Despite it being right in front of Shibuya Station, despite the building having been demolished years ago, it was there, and no one suspected a thing. And no one even tried to go inside. Rumi opened the door toward the former planetarium, where no signs of human presence could be found, and stepped inside. Gulp. Hey. Hi, Hanami. Rumi's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous, enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room. It could only be described as a monster. An ominous sound rang faintly throughout the spacious room. It was a low-pitched noise akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation. Noah 2. Nana-chan! Nishijo Nanami was being held captive right next to the device. Her uniform was torn and had a bandage soaked with blood. And a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her right wrist. Her head hung toward the floor. She looked terribly, terribly pale. Faced with such a pitiful sight, Rumi was at a loss for words. Crucified in Jesus of Nazareth's likeness, no. What held her now could not be called a cross. It was something far different, for it took the shape of a pure, unadulterated malice. The entirety of this world's evil, the entirety of this world's disorder, the entirety of this world's immorality. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes. Keeping her guard up, Rumi swiftly checked her surroundings. There was no one else besides Nanami. She found no traces of the man who had prompted the development of Noah 2, the man who had performed ruthless, torturous experiments on her, Norosei Genshi. Although surprised by that fact, Rumi prioritized Nanami's rescue and ran toward the tableau, crucifying her.
ナナちゃんしっかり
Nana-chan, hang on! Lowering Nanami's from the tableau. Rumi sighed in relief after confirming she was still breathing. First and foremost, she had to get Nanami somewhere safe. To achieve this end, Rumi went to pick her up. However... Oh. Tableau. Okay. An intense pain surged in her back as if something was gouging out her very flesh. Rumi vomited blood that stained Nanami's uniform. Oh. my Isao first time seeing each other again after so unbearably long. Yes, not even a greeting. And during the pain, Rumi turned her head. Hey. Norase gained she was standing right behind her, and in his hand was the tableau that had been clasping Nanami only a moment ago. However, it was not a tableau, but a sword, Norase Genshi's D-sword. That very blade was now piercing through her body. Norase slowly drew his hand back. The sharp blade of his D-sword bored into her body, slid through her flesh, and scraped against the surface of her bones. Her body arched in involuntary spasms, spurred on by the sharp, agonizing pain as her body was slowly being sliced apart. Excuse me. Shouldn't you be more accustomed to pain? At last, Norase's sword released her. A torrent of blood came gushing free. Every nerve in her body was screaming out in agony. Even now, she felt as if she was going to pass out from the sheer pain. That girl is a precious decoy required to lure out Nishido Takumi. Having her taken away on a whim would present quite the trouble. Rumi was well aware of the magnitude of Norase's powers as a gigalomaniac. She had been imprisoned by the man for over 3 years after all. In a fair fight, she would not stand a chance, and in this situation, he would never let her go. The mere idea of doing so would have been unfathomable to him. At the very least, I have to make sure Nana-chan escapes. The taste of blood spread through her mouth. She was continually assailed by the fierce urge to vomit. The open wound on her back was hot, as if seared by flame. The sheer pain coursing through her left her unable to move. Blood was still gushing out without pause. It felt as if her consciousness was about to be severed. It was so terribly cold. Her eyes grew hazy, and amid her fading vision, she saw what resembled a scornful smile forming on Norose's face. This might be it for me. Rumi couldn't envision a delusion in which she managed to escape from this man's clutches. Only despair governed her heart. Oh. I'll grant you my power! It was a voice Rumi knew very well, Nishido Takumi, or the boy presenting himself as shogun. The voice came from a distant place. If defined, it was in a manner akin to thought transference. In other words, telepathy, a feat only made possible by gigalomania. Yo, thank you, Boris the Wolf 333 for following me. I'll grant my final delusion to you! Takumi? I'm sorry for leaving you with such a difficult duty. I've come to understand that it's impossible to go against your will, so I won't try to do so anymore. You plan to die, don't you? If there was a way to fix things without dying, I would have done it. Given that he is not awakened, there isn't much I can do. So, at least let me do this. Let me grant my final delusion to you. But what are you saying? There's no reason for you to... Even though he had no presence in this place, Rumi shouted at the person she was speaking to. You're the only person I absolutely cannot let die. I was the source behind all of this, so I can't let you suffer for it. But... That's enough. Rumi, I need you to kill Norase, and then I need you to destroy Noah too. I will provide backup. Rumi's teeth sank into her lip, and she wiped away her tears. Despite it growing more and more distant with every passing second, she did everything in her power to hold onto her consciousness. Guys, I'm getting thirsty. All this reading. Yo, low-key, what if I BRB'd? I'm gonna get more. Lol.
Tell me what's the reason why you always fed it. Yeah, I'm kinda fed up, but I know you never gonna stop assessing. Overproof smelling, I'm trying to keep it daddy. Man, fuck every hater trying to see me take a fall. All I ever do is ball. When you see me at a joint, I'll be getting to the world, reminiscing all the time that I used to go broke. Now I'm moving like a boss. I ain't never going down to the floor. I'm the goat on the throne. I'm the king. Everybody knows I'm lit like Murderberry. I'm the shit. But I'm green. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. I'm the shit.
Okay, I'm back. It was kind of sound like Pokemon music. She rebooted her D-sword. Countless fluttering feathers came falling down. Thanks for the welcome back. Critting Nanami with one hand, she held her sword in the other. The dripping sound landed at her feet, conveyed the terrible amount of blood she had lost. The bleeding had yet to stop, for her wound was one that would never allow it to. A single slash of Norsei's D-sword, one capable of bringing down all that stood against it. Why did I feel like I read that wrong? Okay. Rumi took that blow with her sword as she covered for Nanami, but their difference in power and weight proved fatal. Rumi could not take one of Norsei's blows head on with her small build. She was blown backward and she slammed into the wall behind her. A crack tore through the wall as of the planetarium's dome. I even went to great trouble of letting you live, and this is how you repay me? Do you still desire more torment? Norsei slowly walked toward Rumi. His face was one of pure, unending confidence. Every facet of his being stood high above, looking down on her with great derision. Ever the sadist are you? Rumi grinned, but her smile was a strained one. And then, for some reason only she could have known, she swung her sword toward the cracked wall behind her. The wall collapsed, exposing the scenery of the outside world. It was raining. Dense rain clouds coated the sky. Do you mean to run? I won't run away, but... Rumi sat Nanami down on the ground, releasing her from her hold. Still holding her sword tight, she wrapped her arms around Nanami from behind. Nana-chan has nothing to do with this. Rumi crafted a delusion, a single dazzling ray of light. Clunk. By the time the light had subsided, the wing-shaped D-sword Rumi held was no longer there. In their place, snow-white feathers had grown from Nanami's back. Pure, untainted wings enveloped the bloodstained girl. It was a gruesome yet unendingly beautiful sight. Her form was like that of an angel. Nanami was unconscious, yet as if they had a will of their own, the wings that adorned her began to flap. Rumi parted from Nanami. Deeply bemused, Norsei watched as Nanami flew up through the giant hole that had been opened in the planetarium. Slowly and steadily, she glided through Shibuya as the rain incessantly poured. Now unarmed, Rumi watched as she flew. Nana-chan, be safe. I see, using your delusions, you turned your D-sword into a pair of wings, bro. It's so hard. Do you no longer plan to run? Norsei already had Rumi within range of his own D-sword. He could send her head flying with one simple swing. Nevertheless, Rumi stared right back at him, bereft of all fear. I can't run just yet, because I have to kill you first. From her pocket, Rumi retrieved a cross with a dark sheen. To be precise, however, it was not a cross, but rather a stake, the same as those that had been used in the crucifixion case. In that very moment, Rumi had just rebooted one. Upon witnessing this display, Norsei could not help but raise a scornful laughter. Kill me with that toy, that placing! You greatly underestimate me. The blow was far too fast. Oh. Norise's D-sword, far longer than he was tall and at the speed thought unthinkable with mortal constraints, tore through Rimi's flank. Only when her body had begun to stagger from the slash did she realize she had been cut. Rimi collapsed, screaming at the top of her lungs from the sheer pain. Norise's attack was not one meant to kill. He could have killed her whenever he wished at this point, but he intentionally refrained from doing so. Approaching the writhing girl, he trampled on her arm. Repeatedly alternated between pained breaths and gritting her teeth, Rimi eventually stopped moving, for she had no other choice. The tip of Norise's enormous sword was right up against her blood-drenched back, but he had yet to pierce her with it. Would you be so kind as to say that one more time? Stop! I will not stop. In light of her request, Norise pushed his sword forward with great strength. Oh. The tip of his sword further gouged the flesh of her bloodstained body, clawing even deeper into her. It was as if he was pinning an insect for him to display. So, I believe you said you would kill me, or did I simply mishear you? And yet, Rimi, still lying prone on the ground, reached for Norise's leg with one hand and grabbed onto it. She clung to him as tightly as she could. The depths of her teary eyes harbored resolute flames of determination. They glared at the scornful man from below. I'll kill you. I'll put you to rest forever. Pulling his sword out from her, Norise kicked Rimi in the jaw with all his strength. Her body tumbled across the floor like a rag doll. It seems that in the time we spent apart, you have grown to be quite a rather displeasing human being. You have served your purpose. I that you live believing you are worth using later on, but I find myself no longer in need of you. Rimi was on the verge of death. She tried pushing her body up from the floor and crawling toward Norise, but without her D-sword and being unable to walk, she might as well have been already dead. Still, the very moment your life slips away, I ask that you never let those impertinent remarks leave your mind. But before you reach that end, I propose... yes, how about I torture you every day for, let's say, 30 years? Inside a delusion, of course. Uh-oh. Yo! Okay! Angel feathers? Norise's lips twisted. Keeping the collapsed girl surrounded by fluttering feathers within his sight, he formed a delusion. He strengthened his grasp on his D-sword and opened his channel into the direct sea. The particles and antiparticles needed to materialize his delusion had now been created. And from those two collections, only the particles... Okay, well... through the signals of light that were established as sight, were sent to Sakihata Rimi's dead spots. That's exactly what I've been waiting for! Nani? Oh. Yeah, don't look at me like that. Is she gonna reflect his genjutsu? I think so. Wait, whose eyes are those eyes? In a single instant, the floating feathers transformed into eyes. Until this very moment, the only eyes watching him had been Rimi's, but he was surrounded by an innumerable number of floating eyes. Hey. Oh. His eyes. Are those eyes? Oh my gosh, she said the line! Tweet! That's a hi, Tome. She said it. She said it. It was the last delusion Takumi had bestowed upon her. Contrast Rimi? The particles Norise had sent were impeded by the countless eyes, rendering them unable to reach Rimi's dead spots. And those eyes, connected to the direct sea, discharged many anti-particles, an indomitable defense which cancelled out the power of a gigalomaniac. Only because he was Nishijo Takumi, only because he was a gigalomaniac powerful enough to create a human. Only because he exhausted the final embers of his own life could such a monstrous delusion have been rebooted. Yeah, don't look at me like that. Astonished by the eyes surrounding him, Norsei gulped. No matter where he looked, there were only eyes watching him. Not only did their numbers refuse to dwindle, but they grew with no end. They buried Norsei's entire field of vision, and then they moved in toward him. Norsei was instinctively overwhelmed by intense fear. Gritting his teeth, he swung his D-sword. The cut eyes gushed blood, closed their eyelids, and vanished. But right behind every eye, there was another. No matter how many he cut down, their numbers remained the same. Don't look at me! If that's what you want, then don't open your eyes ever again. Norsei suddenly felt a great pressure on his chest, and at that very moment, signals of pain sounded his brain. Oh. As if they were a cloud of mist clearing away, the eyes that surrounded him all vanished without a trace. Before Norsei's eyes stood Remy, and in her hand was a cross-shaped stake lodged deep in Norsei's chest, and thus that was his end. After confirming Norsei's death, Remy fell to her knees debilitated. She was bleeding terribly, her face pale as porcelain. She was barely even conscious now. Pained irregular breaths seeped from her mouth. Her eyes no longer saw anything. She could still faintly hear the ominous sounds of Noah 2, designating its status as fully operational. I guess I've got no choice but to entrust someone else with destroying it. I'm sorry, Taku. In a faint, almost inaudible voice, Remy whispered into the air. I don't think I'll be able to keep my promise. I saved Nana-chan. I know that's not enough to pay for my sins, but still, I saved her. Remy sluggishly raised her face. There should have been a section of the planetarium's wall that had collapsed. A section through which the sky should have been peeking. But a few moments ago, it had been veiled completely by a collection of rain clouds. And because of that, she can only wonder. Her eyes no longer allowed her to confirm its color, but Remy showed a faint smile as she looked up to the sky. I still wish I could have seen that sky with you just one more time. Taku. Thank you. Oh. Creek? When I opened the door to my base and stepped out, a clear blue sky jumped into view. I had the feeling that it had been raining, but it must have cleared up pretty fast. I hadn't been able to find Remy anywhere. She had vanished without a single word to me. Once again, she had disappeared on me. I'd been waiting for hours on end, but she never came back. Instead, waiting outside my base was... Oh. Hey! Shogun! Moving very slowly, the wrinkly boy in the wheelchair looked directly at me. Terrified, my legs gave out on me, and I fell to the ground. You're free now! Huh? Less than an hour, my time will come. The entity posing a threat to you was killed by Remy. Hearing her name sent a wave of relief through me. Remy had tried her hardest to protect me. I was the one who hid Aoi Sena and Orihara Kozue's corpses. Nanami was safely admitted to the hospital. Therefore, you're free now. I didn't understand. Wasn't he my enemy? What about Remy? Where'd she go? Remy won't be coming back. What? I do. Shogun's skillfully maneuvering his wheelchair turned his back to me. Breath. Yo, I'm out. I blinked once. And within that time frame, one that hadn't even spanned a single second, Shokin had vanished without a trace. Oh, what the hell? What had just happened? Yeah, he did like a quick 360. Or I guess it's 180. Only a couple minutes after that, or moments after that, I heard a low-pitched quaking noise in the distance. Looking over toward the center of Shibuya, I saw something, and as if there had been a giant explosion, a single cloud of dense black smoke was making its way up into the sky. Something had happened. No, something was happening. An uprising, something paranormal, or maybe even a battle between Gigo maniacs. Whatever it was, it scared the hell out of me. That mysterious appearance from Shokin also had scared the hell out of me. I didn't want to go anywhere near what was happening out there. Rimi won't be coming back. Rimi could have been over there. She disappeared once again, and yet I was surprisingly calm. It was strange. For some reason, I didn't feel like I'd been betrayed this time. This time, I had the strong belief that Rimi was somewhere out there, struggling all alone, trying her absolute hardest for my sake. But Rimi, haven't you done enough? Haven't you faced enough hardships as it is? You shouldn't have to suffer any longer. There's no reason to. It's not right! Gulp. I remember the soft sensation of her lips. I was going to look for her. I'd have enough of not doing anything or staying in my room all day like a coward. Our future, for both Rimi and I, in the lives that we shared. There were so many incredible, amazing things waiting for us in the future. Ooh, I chose to believe that, and I knew in my heart that it was right to do so. Does he know? We'll go to school in the morning. Talk about whatever comes to mind in between classes. Eat together at lunchtime. Then at the end of the day, we'll head back home. Sometimes stopping by a shop or two on the way back. Then when we do get back, we'll chat for a bit in your room. And then when you're all tuckered out, we'll say goodbye and have a nice wave and see you tomorrow. If you're fine with that, I can definitely go the distance. I've always wanted to be that person for someone. Now I understood what she meant by those words, how much she wished for a simple life. When I thought back on everything, I realized that all the time I spent with her had only been a few hours in total, but I loved every last second of it. I was always happy when I was with her. To me, who had gone through every day all alone as a shut-in, living as though I was dead, Rimi's smile had been my sole source of hope. It told me that a bright future existed ahead of me. Rimi had smiled for my sake, so now she should smile for her own sake. I believed she would come back. But this wasn't my usual escapism, hoping to avoid reality. No, this was my resolve. I would believe only in her, for she had promised me she would be with me forever. So get moving. Move your ass, Nishijo Takumi. Oh. And so in order to see her again, I headed toward the destroyed Shibuya. Guys, she's not alive anymore. Wait for me, Rimi. I'll find you. I know I will. Yo, Wawan Burger. Hello. And this time, I'll stay by your side. Mitsumete ta. Mukete aga wa mukuna yume no sasayaki. Yoi konda kodoku wa. Okay. Her ending's kind of fire. Kokoro kara motomeru mono areba. It's so cheery. I think the best one, to be honest. I feel like I wish some parts were a little longer, but it's definitely up there. It's actually story relevant. Chills. Yo, now we can do an official listing of every single character route. I think of all of them, the Nanami Yua and Rimi ones were my favorite. Zen is still my fave, really?
Jamie.
They are all my wives. Wow, so greedy.
Jamie.
I don't know, I guess I like putting Takumi in like different little situations where he's still in his little container hole. Because I think that's like the one thread. Like Yua kidnapping him, and then also Rimi age regressing, and then Nanami just like chilling at home. I reached the anima image ending. Okay, well, we're definitely not going to be able to do the other ending today. Oh, yo, what is that? Yeah, I think Yua is underrated. I guess, like, it's kind of interesting that they didn't make Yua, like, a love interest at all. They were kind of wholesome. What's going on? We just finished Rumi's route. You can very much finish the rest of the game in the next 30 to 45 minutes if you feel up for it. Dang, there's only that much left? My voice is kind of poop though. We could like do the ending a different time and then just have like the rest of the stream be something else. Cause I'm already getting my throat. But also there's like not that much left. Thinking emoji. Is the last route basically just rehash content besides the end? Up to you? No? Because it's like, it's blue sky. It's like a completely separate thing. It appears so. God, it's up to streamer? Yeah. I feel like I'm actually chained here if you guys said that I have to play it now. We gotta get you on that VA grind to strengthen your throat. I think it's because I choked on my water earlier. Just finish it. You guys gonna be up for it? Okay. I'm gonna click it. Surely it's just, oh, it's just, okay, chapter 10. Oh. It started at this part? One guide? Yeah. Nishiro Nanami prays. Okay, it's chill. In the hospital, admitted alongside... Oh, this is Takumi saying stuff. Admitted alongside her brother, curled up in the corner of a waiting room brimming with injured souls, clutching her real brother's wrinkled hand. Enduring the pain in her right hand, she closes her eyes and prays. Also, hi, Mr. Poppin' Fresh. For the safety of her other brother. Kusunoki Yua prays by the rubble of a collapsed building in a container that lay buried by it all. Oh, you're starting another route? It's only 30 to 45 minutes more, okay? And it already skipped to chapter 10, so it's not like we're skipping a bunch. Clutching one of his anime girl figures. Enduring the pain in her chest from seeing his figures desecrated by the earthquake and ensuing fires, she closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who forgave her. Kishimoto Ayase prays. At Tsuime Academy, now in an evacuation shelter, looking to the sky from the rooftop, clutching her paperback book of legends. Enduring the malicious pain of the innumerable delusions concealing the collapsed Shibuya, she closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who listened to her song and her story. Orihara Kozue prays. At Shinsen Station, on a dimly lit platform, clutching Aoi Sena's trembling hand, and during the pain of her injured leg, prays, whatever, she closed her eyes. The line about Ayase enduring the delusion hits hard now. Yeah, she really be going through it. She got her like meat world. for the safety of the boy, her classmate, whom she spoke with in her inner voice. Aoi Senna prays, sitting beside her father on the ground, clutching her father's cold hand, enduring the pain of regret, having not been honest to the very end. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy who tried to grant her wish, no matter how clumsily. Sakihara Rimi prays, lying on the cold floor, tightly clutching her own hands extended toward him, enduring the tightening in her chest when she saw him covered in wounds. She closes her eyes and prays for the safety of the boy whom she swore to protect, yet instead came to save her. I was unable to do anything. It was you who acted. As a result, everyone has their eyes on you. Mutual recognition of you has long since been established. From this point forward, no, already. You are. I am. Who are you? Fuck! Okay, guys, quiz time. Oh, do you think I can do this first try? You may want the guide for this just to be totally sure, since you need to be completely correct on this. Should I use the guide? You can try it on your own. Well, since it's low-key time crunch, I'm gonna guess what it's supposed to be, and then I'm gonna double check before I click it. Lol. Okay. You are me. The answer is totally yes, right? Okay, yeah. I am you. Yup. I feel like this is totally... I can totally do this. There's no me. No? Okay. It's comprehension check, yeah. There's no you. That's no, right? No. Every VIA needs a little literacy check at the end. It's like the Totino one, where you have to make sure that you're paying attention to Miyuki and what happened, or else you didn't escape. I am not me. No? Fuck, I lost track, guys. You are me. Okay, yes, no, no, no. No. Go. You're my big bro! Yo, anybody else siblings? Yes, you are my... I'm your big bro. You're Nishio-kun! Yes. Yo, memory lane! You were Takumi? Yup! Are the rest just yes? Oh my god, the rest are just yes. Okay, we're chill. You're Takumi-chan! Yeah! You're Nishijo. Yup! You're Taku. Yup. That's me. I'm me. Yup. I'm a delusionary existence. Yeah. I exist. Yes. I'm Nishijo Takumi. Pokemon Weishin. I don't think he's Weishin. I am though.
僕は
Watashi wa Weishin desu.
I am.
その声が聞こえた瞬間に
The moment I hear that voice. Did I do it right? Riggs, can you confirm?
意識が僕を
Okay. Insert song? My consciousness stabilizes
ぐちゃぐちゃ
me.
にかき回されていた
The once swirling world converges all at once.
混沌
My D-sword takes shape as a converging chaos.
を
I return to my shape as myself.
世界は世界としての形に戻る
The world returns to its shape as the world. I am me! I can see clearly now. All my wounds healed. My top and bottom halves are connected. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. The pain is entirely gone. Since serenity fills my heart.
よく打ち勝ったね
You did well to overcome the delusions.
僕の最後の力を
I trust you with the last of my power.
託すよ
I noticed Rumi at the edge of my vision. She's okay. She's looking at me. Tears are falling down her face. Don't cry. Okay. Whose thing is that? Okay. Guys, equip up. Yeah, it's the power of friendship. Yo, everybody get your swords out. Whose one is that? Oh, that's... What's her name? Yeah, Yua's. You like rarely see it, so I got confused. It's all of them. Directly behind me, spaces begin to warp. Prayers are brought into creation, the 6 gospels, or perhaps the impulse of the 6 spirits. All too pure, all too graceful, all too dignified, all too sharp, all too ferocious, all too destructive, all too awash with an ill-omened beauty. I accept every piece of them. The blades writhe above. Wistfully or perhaps rapturously, they raise their shrieks. The gate of Babylon. Babylon? Sorry. I got babies on my mind. ISA Route Sword, Merging Lord, Coming Clutch, True Wife. Chills? Freudian slip. I thought Babylon was spelled differently, to be fair. Yo, we made 1 sword! It's the collection of the Black Knights, true? Infused with my D-sword. She misinterpreted the prophecy. Summoning my strength, I grabbed the D-sword's hilt. I ascertained its feeling. My arms work better than ever. I'm completely regenerated. This is quite fascinating. You damn monstrosity. I focus my eyes on Norsei. Sure, I'm a monster, but this is so I can destroy. So I can rescue Remy, so I can destroy Noah 2. The delusion that I wished for. Norsei's response is swift. He has yet to harvest the code sample of Nishijo Takumi. The delusion was supposed to corner the boy and shatter his psyche, but now the tables have turned. And that he cannot allow. Norsei closes the gap between himself and Takumi. Taking a specific angle, he swings his D-sword from below. With a D-sword that can cleave any known object, he diagonally carves through Takumi's chest. The target's durability makes no difference. Killing a person with it is as simple as slicing through a block of gelatin. With one quick swipe from Norsei, Takumi's body is split into pieces. His head, right arm, and right shoulder all cleanly off his body. Cool. Internal organs litter the floor. Also high guilty, but not a single drop of his blood falls with them. The lower half of Takumi's body begins to give way. He braces himself and manages to plant his feet. In the following moment, the cross-section of his wound begins to undulate and squirm. A bubbling noise ensues, and this following moment, the cross-section of his wound begins to undulate and squirm, and then he regenerates, unharmed, unaffected. Even though his body was cleaved a mere moment ago, already a new head, right arm, and shoulder were born. His old head and internal organs remained where they had slipped free from him. I already blocked off my sense of pain. With a single step, Takumi approaches Norase. Norase clicks his tongue, then turns over his D-sword. By virtue of casting aside your bodily form, any form whatsoever is within your means, I take it.
You can thank the delusion you showed me for that.
He's unable to retain his shape as a human being. He took in the delusion and made it his own. This is not regeneration, but replacement. Missing parts replenish, flesh and bone are produced once again, all propagating infinitely from the dust within his body. His shape is not fixed. Like an amoeba, like a collection of slime, he can change himself freely. That is the reason Takumi calls himself a monster. Takumi takes yet another step toward Norase. Norase's frustration increases, gripping the hilt. He thrusts his D-sword at the approaching Takumi. Takumi's head finds itself between a colossal pair of scissors. Without a brain, you cannot have any more delusions, now can you? Yo, stop hitting him. Takumi's head is crushed, it's pushed like a watermelon, blood and gray matter bursts forth. Everything above the neck is gone, and yet Takumi's body remains. Regeneration replacement is instantaneous. As soon as his heel hit the ground, as if nothing happened, as if he was entirely replaced, his head returns to where it was without a single scratch. Norase awakens to an understanding he cannot win this fight. Physical attacks with his D-sword are useless. The delusional attack denying the boy's reason for existence was taken in and used for an alternate purpose. The current Nishijou Takumi is all too removed from human normalcy, all too distorted of an existence, all too fitting as a monster, and yet despite it all, Norase has no intention of conceding. His next thought is to utilize Noa2's power to bombard Takumi with innumerable anti-particles. Bombardment with anti-particle can transform any non-existent into negative matter, ending ultimately in self-collapse. If disruption from the surface is not viable, then collapse must be undertaken from within. Oh. You're on the right track. Norase's thoughts were read by Takumi. Duh! The shine of Takumi's D-sword transforms from red to black. A black flame envelops the blade, it wriggles forth, extending outward. Its shape resembles that of a dark colossal serpent. Yo, call back to ISA route?
And then it shall appear.
His goofy ass pose though. It roams throughout the dome as if constrained by it. Toward the ceiling, toward the floor, as if it... Although it is licking them up, as though it is scraping them away. Me when I read that wrong. It simply consumes.
A dark colossal serpent of wicked hearts. A being capable of devouring all corrosion, shattering the wicked heart of King's body itself, and instilling heterogeneity in its homogeny.
The body of the colossal serpent is composed of anti-particles. With a mere touch, it can send any known object into self-collapse. A torrent of destruction composed of near infinite greed.
Can't say I'm all...
That font of tentacle port though. Thanks, Takumi. There and then, Takumi's D-sword swings, its pointed tip fixed on Norase. Do you like the flashing red sky? Yeah. Oh. This time I will not skip a cutscene. The dark serpent, winding itself in a coil, curves its body like a whip. Its jaw snaps at Norase. Such power! It can't be! Not once has Norase ever seen such a phenomenon from a D-sword. He cannot discern whether it was the hidden power of all gigalomaniacs or merely Takemi's delusion. The dark fangs erode Norse's body and he begins to collapse. All too slowly, like a frog slowly dissolving in the belly of a snake, darkness swallows him. He feels no pain. By nature, his death should be instant. But that was not what Takemi wished for. Realizing this, Norse's lips twist into a derisive smile. Norse had no fear of death. One could say that his ideals he pursued were accomplished once with the completion of Noah 2. Even if you kill me, no other person can approach Noah 2. A perpetual motion machine, that is what you are dealing with. Its administration over humanity will last until the end of time. It does not merely sit idle and watch from afar, rather it is a man-made god which interferes for the sake of mankind's happiness. Narse is God's inventor, so to speak. As long as Noah 2 continues to exist, mankind will not perish, and the eternal utopia Norse seeks will become real. However, but you can approach it, can't you? What? The serpent's body wriggles and writhes with Norse in its grasp, lifting his body into the air. If that's the case, then you're the key! Norse is astonished, but soon enough, his face changes into an expression of pure agony. The serpent swings about his body with ease. Takemi shoots a glance at Rumi, their eyes meet. Just what is Rumi feeling as she watches him? Reading her mind would be effortless, and yet Takemi does nothing of the sort. Seems I was able to save you after all. He quickly averts his eyes. His gaze then shifts to the still humming Noah 2. The throne of God where none may stand foot, a cradle which shows not but dreams of bliss. I'm sorry. He apologizes to no one in particular. I very well might be an enemy of humanity. The eternal utopia this device would bring. A future without conflict. Takemi will extinguish them with his own 2 hands. Is that right or is it wrong? Takemi cannot give the answer to that. It's pretty common in mythology. Even gods tend to slack off when women are involved. That's why I too will sacrifice the happiness of mankind out of love for a girl. Takemi, D-sword in hand, bends his arms in a gigantic arc. Big now! Bye! He thrusts it forth just like a javelin. The colossal serpent of darkness charges straight ahead. With the bait known as Norse impaled by its tip, it flies straight toward Noah 2. An enormous serpent of anti-particles capable of terminating any known object. It has no will of its own, thus it is not something that could be warped nor distorted. With the greedy impulse to destroy, using Norse as the key, the delusional barrier is easily smashed to pieces. But bye-bye. Oh. It's so late. Hey! Hi, Biko! Yo, my sword! Gulp. When did the rain begin to fall? There was just a huge explosion, and its blast, its blast blew my body away like it was nothing more than a ragdoll. Oh, next thing I knew, I found myself lying here. Those eyes are always watching me. The stare pierces through the thick and pitch black rain clouds and pours down on me like rain. Don't look at me. My body won't stop shivering, not from the chill of the rain, but rather the ice-cold rubble pressing against my back. So terribly cold. A gaze pierces me from the heavens. Who it belongs to, I can't say. As if to escape it, I raise my head to look at the environment around me. There I see a ruined city. There I see despair. There I see death. There I see nothingness. Not a soul is there. Not a soul is moving. Not a soul is left alive. The only thing I can hear is the sound of the rain continuing to pour. At this rate, everything both the living and the dead. We'll all be gently embraced and washed away. How nice would it be if all of this was just a delusion, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I can't move my body. I can only move my eyes and neck, and even then just barely. I can't use that monstrous power from before. My body is shivering, and that's nothing more than a psychological phenomenon. It isn't happening by my own will. I don't want my body to tremble. If I can't move it freely, then it isn't my body. Or maybe I've never had free will ever since I was born. Nobody knows exactly where the soul resides. Bearing that in mind, how can anyone say that there is a soul inside this body of mine? But then where exactly am I now? Am I really here? Am I anywhere at all? In this shattered world where all stands still, where all that can be heard is the rain of death. Oh fuck, as single solitary existence begins to emerge from the sea of nothingness. Who are you? Is your skin so pale? Because it's been numbed by the chill of the rain? Or is it because you're already dead? And yet the girl isn't shivering. And those eyes of hers, nearly hidden by her bangs. Hey. Don't look at me. They look so terribly sad. They look as if they hold a hint of madness. They look as if they reflect nothing. Look at me. If she and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes like this for all eternity, would my world be reduced to the reflection in her eyes? Would my world be reduced to the reflection in my eyes? The only thing reflected in her eyes is me. The only reflected thing in her eyes is her. When I think about this word, the world immediately seems so much smaller. Hey. Suddenly, a flash of static reaches my ears, one endlessly beautiful yet deeply discordant. She lowers her head. She spreads her arms wide, almost as if preparing to take off to soar high above the rain clouds, or as if trying to catch all the falling rain. All that's watching you is a delusion. From where I am on the ground, I can't see the expression on that lowered head of hers. Behind this thin veil of vein, just what kind of face are you making? Yo, you still gonna kill me though? Come on, guys. Oh, I'll put you to rest now. Bruh. An angel? I still die anyway? Are those dancing feathers of light blessing me, or... Jump cut, lol. I see. I finally understand. She's going to use that to kill me. The girl slowly kneels to the ground right before my collapsed body. With her head so lower, she gently takes my own in her hands. I surrender my body to her grasp. I'm just relieved that she isn't looking at me. Surely it's gonna be different. Yeah. I'll put you to rest now. Am I here? I hear a whisper garbled by static. It's as beautiful as it's discordant. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. If I don't disappear, the other me, the real me, will die. So that's why I'm okay with this. In fact, I'm really glad I get to be erased like you. It's not a bad end for a monster like me. I don't have any regrets. Oh. A warm, soft, gentle, sweet sensation. And miraculously, as if it were an anesthetic, the shivering in my body slowly begins to die down. Her soft breath tickles my cheeks. It smells so sweet. Suddenly, I sense something pressing against my chest. The large sword she holds tears through my skin and bores into my flesh, weaves through my bones, and slowly sinks into the center of my body. But gifted with the anesthesia of her kiss, I no longer feel that pain! I never would have imagined I'd get such a kind death. Just the thought of it breaks my heart, leaving me on the verge of tears. He's forced to die no matter what. No way, right? Trying to hide them, I look past the girl's head up toward the ashen sky where the rain continues to fall. Oh. I can't do it. Click. Her lips pull away from me, her sad whispers trickle into my ears. Oh. Girl, don't cry. I knew it. That can't kill you, Taku. I feel no pain. Her sword isn't real booted. My body isn't injured in the slightest. Sam, okay. But you have to erase me. He don't, the real me. Will die. He will die. That's why I should die instead. That way he can stay alive for just a little bit longer. I'm sure that's what you want too. Erase me. Erase all that I am. I can't. Rumi lightly shakes her head. Those eyes of hers waver as they stare at me. I love you. I love how weak you are. Damn. How, even though you're so weak, so cowardly, so stupid, so ugly, so fat, you let yourself be torn to pieces just to save someone like me. I love how strong you are. I want to spend so much more time with you. I don't want to lose you. I want you to live. You look at me, but I'm a monster. So am I. Is it okay for me to keep on living? If you so choose. It's more than okay for you to live. I hear a voice from the sky. And with that, I understand, because our minds are directly connected, I perceive a certain feeling. That right now, at this very moment, his life just vanished. Takumi's dead, isn't he? At that moment, Rumi quickly sensed the emotions my face conveyed. Hesitating for a moment, I give her a faint nod. Don't cry. I don't want you to cry. Feeling returns to my entire body. Warmth returns to my body as well. Even though my movements are still clumsy, even though I'm still trembling, with the hand I can move, I take out a vermilion handkerchief. Rumi's face is covered in tears, the droplets that are so beautiful, so clear. I softly wipe them away with all the memories you've given me. I love you too. Yeah, girl, turn that frown upside down. Rumi tightly clasps my hands as if she wishes to cling to it forever. As if to confirm that we exist right here. The warmth within us is contagious. Both me and your temperatures melt together. The two of us look up at the sky. Without a doubt, it's covered by clouds, but light is composed of electromagnetic waves. The oscillation of these waves are what we perceive as color. Taku? Those words. Words that only he and Rumi should know. Words that he used to give Rumi hope. And yet I know them because I've seen his memories. He and I are one in body and soul. My memories and his are shared between us. His memories of the 17 years of life he lived were all passed down to me. and he vicariously experienced my own year and a half of life. If we apply the color we desire to our own dead spots, the color of our sky can be regained. We know that color because in that image of a world of only sea and sky is the color we gazed up at and burned into our memories. Yo. No more rain? Guys, the sun. Suddenly, the rain stops. In an instant, the clouds vanish. It's clearing up. Coming back. Something that, no matter where you look, always seems to draw you in, gently blankets the world. The blue sky above. We freaking did it, guys. Yeah! Shinjitsu Takai Makieta Sekai refuse to fight Minai Fifudi reject the world Hitori. Mota, would you do any of that if you had to? Which part? Yo, wait, he's in the hospital! But he's low-key probably dead. And she got her hand back? Question mark? Yai no naka ni shou. Oh, live in a container? I mean, that's basically the pantry. I think I just want a shower and toilet and I'd be set. Wow. He had a shower, it was just outside? Okay, but where's the toilet at then? Yeah, this theme is kind of fire. I need my was it Chaos Head Noah concert where I learn all the Chaos Head Noah songs. There's so many good songs in this game, especially like the OST too. Please look forward to the Chaos Head Love Choo Choo elaborating on where he uses the bathroom. Bruh. Kai. Yo, more CGs! You should listen to the OG end theme, it's really good too. And then I get muted on my VOD. Chills. Yuku akai hana tsukamu modoshi. I'm like trying not to pee right now. I think I keep drinking too much water, but I can't help it because my throat is like raspy. Get Desire Blue Sky OG True ED song is awesome. Wait, I think I know that song. Lol. I listened to that song before I even played this game. So I suppose we can listen to it together. Chills. Yo! They made it out! Wow, I wonder who those people in the credits are. That's so awesome. Wait, I see Riggs' name! It just went up. Lol. I spotted it this time, even though it went away really fast. Okay, stream delay, but I still caught it. Yeah, thanks, Riggs. Oh my god! Seraton. And her nippies. Yo, she's all battered up. The most important heroine, Sarah. Yeah. Yo, why the eyes are low-key the same as Sarah's little eyes on her hat. Media literacy? Wow. Chills? Do I have to click out or does it fade to black? Oh, okay. It does it for me. We did it! We did it! The prelude, Delusion of Zero has been unlocked. What does that mean? Guys! Oh my god, her boobs are they're so pointed out! We did it, guys! I love when they do a congratulations CG for getting all the endings. It's my favorite thing ever. Oh. Yo! Okay, changing the title screen. What the heck is Prelude? Riggs, what is that? Help, help. Just click it, bro. It's because I had to use the toilet. Okay, I'll click it. Is it just writing? Delusion of Zero, a Chaos Head Prelude. Before I pass on, allow me to recount my memories leading to this moment. It's an audio collection, has a short story in the back of its lyric booklet, insanely weird and inaccessible, so we translated it and scripted it into the game with our own direction. It's not long. Okay. Dang, that's crazy. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world. Those are the words of Albert Einstein. With his delusion, E equals MC squared, embrace the world. How had the man felt? Yes, what you surmise is true. The famous gifted physicist was in fact a gigglomaniac, and a fairly exceptional one. At that, my powers undoubtedly pale in comparison to his. Yet, despite my saying so, I unknowingly brought a familiar delusion into existence. Hello, Kanga Eruki? Because you're super special, that's why you are here with me, Miracle Baby. I'm happy to be with you. I watched this, but I never knew it was a game. Isn't the anime supposed to be poo-poo? Wait, guys, we can finally watch the anime now. How do we feel about E equals MC squared not existing somehow until Einstein's just said exists? Chills. To deny that reality would be a fool's errand, for my delusion had already spread far across the world. Fun. To the power 10, int 40, IR 2. I believe I was in the 4th grade when I materialized that formula. It was around that time my body first began to suffer various abnormalities. Ever since its very birth, that delusion had slowly eroded my body. In a mere 6 months, I was no longer able to walk unassisted. Yeah, and the anime is not particularly faithful. It's one core and somehow cuts major story beats and inserts filler in its place. Chills. Chaos Child Episode 0 is a better adaptation than the OG anime. Lol. At the time, I was not aware of my status as a gigglomaniac. I somehow managed to continue attending classes, but I proved unable to participate in an upcoming field trip due to my worsening condition. And so, despite my intense anticipation for the event, my parents forbade me from attending, which burdened me a fierce resentment toward them for a time. From that moment onward, my delusions continued to engorge, delusions synonymous with nothing but pure envy. These varied delusions would go on to injure my classmates who would go on the field trip without me and kill the chaperoning teacher. Only then did I come to realize that I harbored a terrifying power. I was admitted to the hospital soon after. More time would pass, and eventually all the doctors present gave up diagnosing my condition. All the doctors save for one. Norosei Genichi? Though I was fairly young when I first encountered him, it only took a glance to understand this man's true sinister nature. The two of us were alike after all, two souls far removed from common sense. Naturally, because of this fact, he proposed treatment for my condition was denied. And he was dismissed from my case. I was fortunate in that his successor turned out to be Dr. Takashina. Before Norosei departed, however, I took the time to peer into his mind and learned of both Project Noah and Nozomi technology. The very hospital I had been admitted to also served as a lair of my enemy. If nothing was done, my delusion would be utilized by Project Noah and grave consequences would befall the world. When I realized this, I immediately attempted escape, but that was when I grasped a terrifying truth. Only as a result of my treatment had I come to reach a form of stability. In other words, my body had already deteriorated to a point where I could no longer survive outside the hospital. I was intensely aware of the fact that my enemies were always near. I kept them at bay with delusions, but my body grew weaker with each person I stayed. A vicious cycle that only served to further extend my stay at the hospital. If this were to continue, my capture by Norosei would be inevitable. With no other options left to me, I was forced to erase every trace of my existence. I had ceased attending classes sometime prior to that point, so upon my classmates' graduation from elementary school, I executed my plan. Our treatment of Nishijo Takumi has proven successful, and thus he has been discharged from the hospital. This is the fiction I created when I implanted into the minds of my parents, as well as the entirety of the hospital staff. Any person who had the possibility of coming into contact with Norosei was put under this impression. Then, using my delusions, I isolated myself in a hospital room separated from the rest of the building. But I was not able to alter everyone's memories. My younger sister Nanami proved to be an exception. Only she was able to enter the room with no semblance of difficulty. She did not even seem to recognize the room as separate from the hospital. Of course, whenever she took it upon herself to visit the hospital, I crafted a delusion allowing her to remain unseen by anyone present. Nanami, while quite childish, showed nothing but concern for me during my time in the hospital. Even on my darkest days, she put forth her best effort to care for me. Those memories showed me how strong she truly was, and I found myself unable to steal her memories away from her. Nanami, however, was not the only exception. This was the time I came to know a girl named Sakihata Rimi. Rimi had been confined to the hospital's basement for nearly a year. Every day she would face brutal, ceaseless torture at the hands of Norosei, but no matter how hard I tried to call out to her, my voice would never reach her. It was only upon her eventual awakening as a gigalomaniac that I finally managed to synchronize with her delusion. At that moment, I entered the world inside her mind, her image world. Whether that was truly for the best, I have yet to determine. The delusions she carries around her are endlessly sorrow, and yet they are also her reality. Unable to face it, she had killed her own heart and mind numerous times before I met her, destroying all remnants of her past selves. The formula born from my delusions had brought this girl endless suffering. For these reasons, I saved her. My delusionary powers allow me to travel anywhere. In reality, my body is still incapable of walking, but I am able to create a door that leads to any destination. Producing these delusions requires a great deal of strength, however, forcing me to only use it sparingly. And yet, despite this fierce tax on my body, I would not hesitate to give my life if it meant stopping Project Noah, a project I have effectively founded when I allowed my delusions to spread across the world. And so, upon isolating myself, I began to pour every ounce of strength into halting the advancement of Project Noah. However, the skill my enemies possessed matched my own, rendering my efforts useless. They had established a defensive strategy, and with it, the search for me had begun. If I were to make even one mistake, I would be discovered in an instant and captured. This manhunt would only serve to increase the danger Nanami was in, as the two of us were family. I had no desire to involve anyone in this fight, so I hid myself away from the world. In the end, I was naive, and 3 years went by entirely wasted. During that time, I conjured numerous delusions, but each only served to weaken me further. If this were to continue, there would be no way of stopping Project Noah. For this reason, I decided to give birth to you. To achieve this end, I had to sever every link I had left to society. My final remaining connection to the outside world, to my normal life, was Nanami. Because of this, I was forced to erase all the memories she had of me. I know that my actions caused her a great deal of pain. In our last moments together, it was clear how deeply hurt she was. Even so, I knew that pain was sure to leave her momentarily. As soon as she forgot me, she would be able to return to her normal life. Wishing only for her happiness, I liberated her from the burden known as myself. It was with Remy that I miscalculated. Naturally, I tried to erase her memories as well. I wanted her to forget about awakening as a gigalomaniac, about her sickly torture at the hands of Norsei, and that she had ever met me. I want to give her a normal life. However, Remy is an exceptionally skilled gigalomaniac. No matter how many times I tried to overwrite her memories, my delusions were deflected without fail. It was clear that she was very experienced in walking away her heart, all while wearing the brightest of smiles on her face. My attempts having borne no fruit, I abandoned all hope of altering her memories and thus redirected my efforts. Creating a human from nothing proved difficult even with the power of delusions. I've come to know that the human soul is incredibly delicate, that it is as elaborate as it is precise. In order to create you, I focused completely on the personality the delusions would form. For an entire month's time, you were all I thought about. In a way, it was quite similar to falling in love, though I myself never known the feeling. Yo, self-cessed? Chills? If you were to come to know this, I'm sure you would feel repulsed. Essentially, you are me. My memories, my abilities, and finally my name. I have entrusted them all to you. The moment you are born, I will no longer be the boy known as Nishijo Takumi. From that moment on, I shall take on the moniker Shogun. Why Shogun, you may ask? Well, I quite like Togo Shogun. That is all there is to it. That being said, once you are born, your role will no doubt be a painful one. First and foremost, you must awaken as a gigalomaniac. To meet this end, you will have to endure an extreme mental load, a grave, unforgiving strain on your psyche. Once you awaken and grasp your D-Sword, the battle against Nozomi technology will begin, the battle to stop Project Noah. That is my ultimate goal, and by extension yours. But I would be remiss if I did not say this. My reason for creating you was incredibly selfish, but I had no other choice. I cannot do this on my own. I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive me. When the curtain finally falls, you will be free. Once you are granted this freedom, please grant me this in return. I ask that you turn a blind eye to my selfish desires, including forcing these memories onto you. And I ask that you be a good older brother to Nanami, please. If I had the ability, I would have done this all myself. I would have done it while dreaming of peace. I would see it once it all came to a close. It is a pleasure to meet you, Nishijo Takumi. Yet, this is also goodbye, Nishijo Takumi. Welcome to the world. Harsh battles await you, as do infinite possibilities. As long as the blue sky above exists, that fact can never be denied. You are me, and at the same time, you are also you. A hospital room none would visit dyed orange by the setting sun. Clutching her knees silently in one of the corners, Sakihara Remy noticed something strange occurring in Nishijo Takumi's bed. Does Shogun know about the incest route? I'm sure he knows everything. His breathing had quickened, his chest, reduced to mere skin and bone, rose and fell rapidly with each breath. With a low gasp, Remy watched as innumerable thorn vines slowly radiated from the bed's center. A delicate construct that appeared both metallic yet organic, with a beauty that rivaled even the most breathtaking of sights. Vines of such description colored the room. They crept and crawled over the walls and floor, overtaking every inch of closed space the two resided in. Like the veins of a leaf, shards of translucent glass emerged from the surface of the vines, each pulsating with a flickering red light. Together, it was reminiscent of an 8-headed serpent, each branch possessing its own will. Nishijo Takumi's D-sword. Rumi had only seen it once, but at the time, she had been confined to one of his frail, weak hands, wrapped around it as tight as could be. Nishijo Takumi remained motionless on the bed. In spite of Rumi's attempts to inhibit him, she realized he had been successful in creating another self. As she gazed upon him, memories resurfaced of the time she had asked him if he intended to die as a result of his actions. To this, he merely nodded. Soon, the pulsing glow of the D-sword covering the walls began to dim, and before long, the vines began to dry and crack. As they crumbled away around her, Rumi slowly rose to her feet. Taking care not to run into any thorns, she cautiously made her way over to the bed. Standing by his side, she lifted her hand and gently caressed Shogun's desiccated cheek. Still, he continued to breathe. Would he regain consciousness someday? At that moment in time, somewhere in Shibuya, another Nishijo Takumi had been born. Would she ever come to meet him someday? Until that day came, she would continue to wait here. For she had no family, for she had nowhere else to go, for she had no home to return to, no one waiting for her. Gazing out the window, Rumi looked to the many skyscrapers of Shibuya, each dyed a deep orange by the twilight as a single trickle of tears slid down her cheek. All of this came a mere 18 months before the Shibuya collapse. Oh. Did I miss? I feel like I accidentally skipped through a piece of dialogue. Oops. Okay. Guys, we freaking did it. Now that's the end? Okay. I thought I accidentally skipped over something. Wow. Guys, what do we play next? I'm thinking Minish Cap is on my list. I need a reading break from visual novels. Cool. Chaos Child. I need some in-between games before I do that. Who is best girl and why is it Momose? Why is Momose kind of mysterious? I kind of still don't know what was going on with Senna's route. Lol. What did they mean by that? Bonna's best character? Yeah, and he still dies. Wow, hi, dipshitiot.
Hello.
Oops. Alright. Let's find somebody to kick you guys off to. Now my throat's really cooked, so good thing I don't have anything tomorrow. Keep playing more science adventure. Okay, I want gaps in between it though. I don't want to do like back-to-back visual novels or else I'm gonna die. Can you play 999 right now? Totally. It's almost been 5 hours. Let me go! Can you play SMT 3? I feel like I die a lot. Goodbye. Consecutive science adventures game would probably melt your brain. Yeah. I think I'm heavily leaning towards either Trauma Center or Minish Cap next, but I'm not sure which. But yeah, let me find somebody to raid real quick. I'd vote Trauma Center. A palate cleanser, lol. After we go straight from a heavy reading game to like basically a no reading game. And only skill. Let's see. Anybody got any suggestions? I'm not too sure where I should dump my dingles. Mota. Yo, Mota Berry streaming right now. Chills. I also really need a pee, so you guys need to hurry up. I've been holding it in. Sisi Hime? Sesi Hime? Okay. Yo, subathon. Chills. I hope she has an epic subathon. Okay, I'll boot you over Mishi Molly, I think I'll try rating somebody new. I've never rated CC, so I'll rate CC. Okay, raid. Thanks for coming, everybody, and listening to your bedtime story. Guys, Friday, I'm making okonomiyaki, so you better show up. It's also going to be at 4 p.m. PST, which is 4 hours earlier than I usually stream. So, if you've ever wanted to watch me at a reasonable time, Friday's the time to do it. Trunk cooking stream. I probably won't. Especially since I probably will have to, like, end it earlier because I want to raid into Chewy for his Live 2D debut. Yeah, guys, 4 p.m. PST, that's 6 CST and 7 EST. And then other time zones, I don't know. I don't know what they are. They simply do not matter to me. Drinking when the sun is still up? Yikes. Yeah, I would never do that. Surely she will be awake and not late to stream. Guys, have faith in me. I'm definitely gonna... What is it? Set an alarm. You know what I forgot? I don't, bruh. Wow. Well, now that you say you don't, maybe I really won't show up. Okay, bye-bye. Bye!